Thank you so much, Choma. Before I move back to my left, okay, so I want to enjoin us to be a part of the conversation. So this is not some performance.
Yeah.
That is not how we do it on the dish. And for who amongst us are like listeners of the dish? If you know that you listen to the dish, can you just raise your
Regular
hand?
listener.
You are a regular. You know how? What's your name? Lekon. Oh, architect. It is nice to put a face to the name. So for those who listen to the dish, you know that it's not a ladies' thing.
At all.
I mean, people call in at any point during the program. I mean, they give their opinion, they give their analysis. I mean, everyone is there to share and learn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we always ask you to join the conversation. So at whatever point the conversation gets interesting and you think that you have something you want to add or contribute to it, please do well. So just assume that we're on radio right now.
Yes.
And you're at home or in the office listening to us.
All
as
right.
always.
So because of that, the next person that introduces herself, once she says good afternoon, please let us respond. Like,
Yeah.
I not want us to just sit back. So let us be very responsive. So once you say good afternoon, Lagos, I mean, let's just respond. All right. So to my right, you know, after Oiza is
Patricia, this is Patricia Mabo, noble lady. Okay, good. I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm also the founder of Together as Women. Good to see you all here, and it's good to also, I hope most of our listeners are here. It's good to connect with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Noble Lady Trish, I mean, that's what we call her on the show. Noble, she's just not any ordinary lady.
There's a
Don't start,
particular
don't start.
listener that literally knows everyone's name.
Yeah,
Anytime
is
the person
it Chidi
sends in a message,
or Ima from Lagos?
yeah, he would name everybody.
Yeah, so that is the Noble Lady Trish. Noble Lady Trish, is this your first time on stage?
Not really.
Okay.
Welcome.
So let's move over to Nonso to the world.
I wish we had a bell here.
Good afternoon, Lagos. I am Chuku Nonso Modi. You call me Nonso to the world on the show. It's amazing to see some of our listeners here. I am a presenter as well, a podcast producer, a voiceover artist, and it's exciting to be here on stage with you guys. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking
Yeah.
Tell me
forward
about
to it.
it.
Yeah, I think we deserve a round of applause. Yeah, thank you. So I hope that during the course of the interaction, we'll get to know you as well. Like we mentioned earlier, at any point where you feel like you have something to say, it could be a question, it could be a contribution, just raise your hands. And there's Wale, you know, you must have heard Wale as well. You know, Wale is somewhere around the corner.
He's always around the corner.
He's always somewhere around the ladies, you know. So Wale will get the mic across to you, and let's have a very, very good time. I always tell people that as humans, we are curators of our own experience. Like, if you want to be happy, then you've got to actively participate in your own happiness.
Yeah.
If you want this to be lively, then you have to actively participate in how lively it becomes.
Yeah.
So, on that note, yesterday was our 65th Independence Day. Who is excited? I mean,
I think we are.
Some persons
But our
are
audience
lying
must seem
that
like
they're
they're excited.
but they are not excited.
you said?
Some persons are lying that they're excited, but they're not excited.
Who
you
amongst,
know them,
who
right?
amongst us here is like,
In your heart of heart, you know.
What
Deep
makes you
down,
think
you
you're not
know.
excited?
I don't know, but you ask yourself that question.
Okay, so maybe
Nigeria is
everyone should
65.
say how they feel about it.
so on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited, we're still in the season of Independence Day. I mean, this is the Independence Week. On a scale of 1 to 10, I mean, ladies, let's talk about how excited we were yesterday and we still are today. Nonso, let's start from you.
0.
Oh my goodness, that's harsh.
Thank God.
Let me see your face.
I'm sorry. I'm
vindicating
okay.
me.
I
Someone,
take
is,
it.
someone
Wow.
is vindicating
All
me.
right,
and they're not making me sound like a liar.
So, what do you mean? Are you happy? Don't worry, we'll get to you.
How you feel?
All right, Noble Lady Trish.
Why 0 though?
Let's not be like I'm not being patriotic. 5. No, 5. I was excited.
That's a
Thought I-
shot. That's
No,
a sharp job.
I think we're gonna go with the first answer.
Yeah.
But why are you not excited?
I mean, it didn't even feel like Independence Day.
How is it
It
supposed
just
to
felt
feel?
like a normal day. I was on the road and there was traffic, and I'm wondering. I thought today is a public holiday. Why does it feel like everybody's rushing one
Oh,
way
so
or
you're
the
not
other?
happy because people did not sit at home.
It's not just
Because
about
people
the
didn't
system.
observe the public
It's not
holiday.
just about that. But
If we had to come from that angle, even our president didn't even do any march past or anything.
Yeah, it was a
Actually,
low-key
it was a low-key
thing,
thing.
no
I said
parade.
maybe everybody
Supposed to
says
be a parade,
low-key.
which
I
was
mean,
cancelled.
65.
You said?
There was supposed to be a parade yesterday that was cancelled.
Yes, it was cancelled. So, I mean, I think we're sober. I mean, we're
Sober
Exactly,
about.
so-
I'm particular about non-so. So if there wasn't traffic yesterday, would you have been excited?
It's not just the traffic. I just use the
Uh-huh,
traffic
tell us
because
the
it's a
intent.
public holiday and we're supposed to be celebrating, but everybody just was doing their
Went
own
about
thing.
their business.
Yeah, so it felt like there's nothing happening. We're just
fair
maybe
enough.
when you go on Instagram, you just see happy 65th Independence Day. So it was just all let's just do it. Yeah.
All right, now, Noble Lady Trish, let's hear from you.
Well, for me in particular, I wasn't happy.
On a scale of 0 to 10.
I would say 4.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Wow.
Why
Yesterday
4?
Yesterday was just like every normal day. I expected more, even though I wasn't looking forward to celebrate anything. But then I came to the studio. I was expecting, okay, maybe my mood was going to change. Then I came to the studio. Everybody was just minding their business. No.
We had a show yesterday.
Yeah, we had a show, but I was expecting, this Nigeria at 65.
We were expecting balloons
Yes.
and, fun fair.
I was expecting a concert.
Nothing happened, and well, in general, I think most Nigerians are not happy.
Okay.
In your opinion?
In my opinion, yeah.
Because I saw a number of people post, had flyers. In fact,
That's
I
a
feel
normal
like
thing.
it's a little bit cringy when I go online on Independence Day and I see some of our music artists who probably have not even been in the country for
A while.
only God knows when. Because I know I saw a video of Ira Star in bikini, and in white, green bikini. I'm like, is this AI generated or what? So when I see, and I also saw a video, I think it looked like an old video
Okay.
of Rema and some other people singing a song to celebrate Nigeria. It wasn't really the old or the new national anthem, but it was just, I was like, okay.
Like a song an artist had.
And when I see Nigerians just come up with flyers and I mean, the singing, you see some celebrities, they just, do a photo shoot and it's green, white, and green. I'm like, okay, okay. But the flyers, it really, really motivates me. But let's hear from you, Isa.
Is it my turn?
It is
Okay,
your
so
turn.
I haven't exactly given it a thought how I feel about Nigeria's 65th independence, but I do know that I feel bad about the fact that we didn't have a parade. I felt like 65 is a milestone, so even if we're not going to do anything, at least let's have the parade. That's what makes us happy. We put on our TV and we see that. I remember a particular year that I watched the parade and children formed different things. That beauty was part of the excitement for Nigerians. But not having that, it was a blow for me. So on a scale of 0 to 10, I don't know, maybe I'll say 5. If you had the parade, it would have been probably an 8. But because we didn't have the parade was very, very particular for me, amongst other things.
So I really don't know that young people are disinterested in a
That's what
parade.
makes us happy on
Okay, so
Independence Day.
if you're watching us and you would have loved the parade yesterday, could you just raise your hands? Let's see.
I mean,
Okay, 1 person, 2 persons,
3.
3 persons. None of the students. None of the students.
4.
4 persons.
Are you comparing?
We do not have a majority, though.
We don't have, but for me,
I think they are shy.
it's not about the parade.
You said?
Okay.
Okay, so if you know that you like the fact that we did not have a parade yesterday, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4,
I'm
5,
sure that there are people
6,
raising
I'm
hands.
beside you.
6, 7,
8.
8.
Wow.
Choma 9.
Okay, so I want a cross answer from the students. Do you know what an Independence Day parade is?
Ha.
So, okay, would you have been happier if there was a parade yesterday? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
It would have added beauty. It's 65 for crying out loud.
Or is that, are we looking at beauty, or can we just say our president and the government are owning up to the fact that we have lost some things and they have not met up to the expectation of Nigerians, and they're deciding not to come out to do the parade because it is going to just eat up another expenses that is supposed to be put into something.
That's out.
Do you understand?
They've
Do
been
you
spending
know that
money on
every
things.
gathering costs something?
Yes.
Every gathering, it eats a chunk of money.
Yeah.
And maybe they've started to think about it and say, okay, I think this country deserves better.
When did Nigeria
and we
be-
need to
Nigerian
start
government
owning up
become
the truth.
considerate?
You know, that now, this is the thing we've been talking about. We want our government to be considerate. And I think they have started from this point when we are 65 to start being considerate. And we are still
By
accepting-
can't-
By
Parade.
depriving us of our parade.
Okay, so I take it that.
It's a
I
step,
beg to
it's a
differ.
step. A journey starts with a step.
No,
and
Okay.
this is a step.
no.
Okay.
And we
I'm
never
sorry.
can know
Don't
what
cancel
will
the
happen.
parade.
They
That
spend
money they didn't spend on parade, they'll
Yes.
spend it somewhere else.
Yeah.
Where? Did you ever see them? Okay, did you ever see in any publication
On
that okay, they had a
SUVs.
special gathering or something
They
happened?
they're still waiting for us to get over the fact that there wasn't a parade.
And then they're going to come up with
No,
one,
no,
one
no,
event or
no.
something.
I am going to disagree with you. I
Okay.
am going to disagree with you because for the government to actually put out a publication saying there will be no parade, I believe the I
Have
believe
you
the
seen the news
president.
this morning?
Okay, what's in the news this
The
morning?
president said he had enough rest. Meaning he cancelled our parade
Because
because,
he was
he wants to
stressed.
rest.
No, but he addressed us yesterday. He addressed us yesterday. He addressed us before going to have a
See,
rest.
the address is
No.
the address is sacrosanct, right?
don't
the
say-
parade should be sacrosanct too.
No, the parade should not be sacrosanct
You cannot
because
say that we're
because-
celebrating independence.
Okay,
and
do
we're
you
not
know-
celebrating it as a nation?
we are not
That's what
celebrating it
brings
as a
us
nation
together as a
because
nation. That's
no,
a national celebration.
that is a
The
national
parade.
celebration.
Yes.
It's a parade, yes, but I think, and from my own point of view, the sitting president and the government have seen that there is something that needs to be done that is beyond the
Are
parade.
they doing it?
They are definitely going to do it. Maybe
Oh,
sitting down
please.
and-
After how many years?
All right, ladies. I just hope that the money they didn't spend on the parade, they
They'll
build more
share it.
schools.
Nigeria.
And we have, better healthcare system
You know, you know how much
and
our,
better roads.
you know how
Amen.
much our president rest will cost.
That rest is
Come
in
on,
his
he's here in
bedroom.
Lagos.
Bedroom, please.
All right, so let's hear from you. On a scale of
Yeah.
0 to 10, how happy are you or were you yesterday?
Sincerely, I was very happy. When I saw the publication that there was not going to be any celebration or parade, I felt like, oh, this is a step in the process.
So finally they get it.
Really?
They're listening, I feel
Wow.
so. That's one. And I love the fact that, you know, as Nigerians, sometimes, yes, we might want to lie to ourselves, but I love the fact that we don't lie to ourselves sometimes. We own up to the truth. And for Nigerians to go about their business, go about their day, some persons, it's an opportunity because when it's your birthday, it's an opportunity for you to sit down, think about it, give a review about your life. And I think a lot of Nigerians just went about their different business. To me, there's nothing special because we are not there yet. You celebrate something. That's what they say, celebrate your little wins. What's our little win? Do we have that little win to even celebrate? So I think a lot of Nigerians know, oh, there's nothing to celebrate. And it's an opportunity for us to work hard and get to where we need to get to. Because we are called the giant of Africa. Now, what is it? What are they looking up to us for? What are other African countries looking up to us for?
We have hospitals that treat cancer, according
That,
to the
excuse
president.
me, is it the hospital that your doctors are on strike? Or is it the ones the nurse will go on strike?
The president said it.
But, some have food but cannot eat. Some can eat but
Have no
they
food.
have
Why
no
can't
food.
we have
which
food and
food-
be able
which
to
food-
eat at the
which food
when
same
I hear
time?
when I hear things like there's nothing to celebrate, I mean I don't know if we all agree with that, because there are certain countries now, certain parts of the world where people cannot gather. They cannot gather the way we've gathered today because of the level of insecurity that is there. We may not have so much, but I mean the relative peace that we enjoy in Nigeria, is it not something to
I
celebrate?
love,
Why
the
are
fact,
we
I love the
celebrating?
fact
Yes.
you said relative peace.
Yes.
I love that. But you touched on something which is the insecurity. Now, can we just tell ourselves the truth that a few days back, we lost a journalist because she was in her home and it's said to be a secured place, but they were ambushed. And to save her life, she died. Now, if we're saying, and that is the capital of the country, that's Abuja.
Okay, so is there any country capital in the world where people do not die.
No.
And-
No.
and- and-
Along the way,
and-
you're
and-
going-
where-
you're taking
No, no,
it-
no.
You're
Hold
taking
on.
it-
Or
you're
where
taking
people
it-
do
you're
not
taking it the
rob.
wrong turn.
No. I understand
You're
what you're
taking it the
saying.
wrong turn.
I've heard you, but I just want us to ask that question because our death was really so unfortunate,
Yeah.
and my condolences to our family
You have
members.
to rest in peace.
It is nothing to brag about, and I mean, it is sad. It is sad, but should we say because of incidences like this, as a country, we do not have the right to have a once in a year celebration of our independence? Because it's not just it's a October 1, right?
Yeah,
It's Independence Day, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Of our independence. And I mean, to just celebrate the fact that we still exist, whether we like it or not. And I know we have our issues. In fact, I even say we can use that opportunity as well to talk about our issues, to address our issues, to talk about our togetherness. But, you know, when I hear things like, anyways,
What is
You
your
said- you said
what is your
something.
rate?
You
my,
said-
my, my own rating, okay. My
I'm not-
rating.
I'm sorry to caution. I'm not even giving my number.
Okay, then.
Oh, that's true.
I'm
Okay.
not giving my number.
All right.
That's 3/10. Now, aside
Three. Wait, three.
From, oh, sorry. I think
You, did, you
that
didn't
Three
look,
as in your excitement?
Shoma, you didn't look that sad yesterday.
I mean,
Did you see me yesterday?
you
Yes,
you were
we
concretely
did.
dressed.
We
I was
did.
talking about it on
Yes,
air.
we
that,
did. We
do you
saw
have a
you
date or
yesterday.
something?
No. Yesterday.
Yeah.
You were not on the
yesterday.
dish, but we saw you. Was it not yesterday?
Yeah, it was
That
yesterday
was
on a
yesterday.
black gown.
No, it's day
That
before.
was-
That
that was
was day
day
before
before
yesterday,
yesterday.
Tuesday.
Ah, okay, so
Oh,
we
really?
did
That
see
was
yesterday.
Tuesday.
Oh.
Okay. And to add up to what you said about it's one day. Now let's look at the fact that we've been celebrating for the last 64 years. And it's just 1 year we didn't celebrate. Now,
The milestone.
yeah, no,
Emphasis on milestone.
What is making it a milestone?
65.
That should make you think, okay, if we've been celebrating for the last 64 years and it's the 65th year and we didn't sit down to celebrate, then something must be wrong.
All right.
Do you
That is
mean in
something.
all these
Three.
years, nothing has been wrong?
Now, that is to let us know that it's a milestone. And because we're getting into a milestone, should I use the word era? We want to definitely make a change. And
So
that's
you're being
why-
considerate now.
I'm not being...
Wow. or do you mean that we
In a
need to-
country
we
where-
need to have a year where nothing was wrong?
You know,
Or
in a
when
country
nothing
where
goes wrong
Leah
before we
Sharibu-
can
Would there ever
celebrate.
be that?
Leah Sharibu is still missing. Some of the Chibok girls are still missing. Snake swallowed money. Monkey swallowed money. So many things happen. We've been celebrating, but all of a sudden we're reflecting. We've become a reflective country.
Oh,
Yes.
it's good to
It's
know that
important.
Oisa was looking forward to a party.
I was.
And it's good to know there are Nigerians that are looking forward to a party of some sort. I remember, was it this time last year that the president's wife talked about the National Ashwebi or something? Or at some
that
point.
table,
But
that
I kind of feel like, I don't know why I feel like sometimes as Nigerians, it's hard to know what we really want. Because as at that point, when she came up with the National Ashwebi thing, a number of Nigerians criticized her. You know, sometimes at the years when we've had the celebration, a number of people had criticized the government. Wow, what is there to celebrate?
Well,
But
I
now
haven't.
we didn't do the parade and all. You know, some people still feel, I mean,
so-
we should have done it.
While there
I
were
like the
people,
fact- okay, sorry.
while there were people who criticized the government, there were people who appreciated it. So I want to believe it's people who appreciated that we had those celebrations that are now speaking up on why it was
Good day. My name is Kunle Lawal. I'm the Executive Director of the Electoral College Nigeria. I was also a candidate.
You shouldn't celebrate your birthday. Some people just think it's a day like every other day. You just move on. Or some people think mark it like, mark it, just do something, self-care, throw a party, or give to the poor.
One day for yourself.
One day for yourself. So,
I like celebrations, especially celebrations that are annually, because you really can't tell. Life is fickle, and the fact that it's very unpredictable. You can't tell what's going to happen in the next minute or the next second or even tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if I have today to celebrate and have a great time about something special that's happened to me, I would celebrate to the fullest.
Yeah.
So
really,
I make
when
noise
did
about
you get that way? I do not picture you as a kind of person. Since when?
So when I say I will celebrate to the fullest, I may not party. I may not go
Because
clubbing.
did you party on your birthday? I mean, your birthday was
let me
literally
explain.
last month.
So I may not party. I may not go clubbing.
Yeah.
But in my heart, I know I'm excited. I know I'm happy.
Okay.
And of course, I'll talk about it
She
on
saw
air.
a movie.
Exactly. I'll watch a horror movie.
Okay.
Horror
I'll post
movie.
about it on
Or is
social
that-
media. But just that excitement, that's happy aura around me, and that's why I was particular about the parade, right?
Yeah.
The fact that, firstly, it's 65 for crying out loud, and this is one day in a year. The next time we're ever going to have the 1st of October is next year,
Yeah.
and we don't know what's going to happen until then. We pray good things happen, but bad things happen too. So that's why I felt. There's nothing wrong about just going all out to celebrate. I'm a big fan of celebrating your birthdays, wedding anniversaries, any kind of anniversary. Celebrate it, I beg. Have a time.
All right, ladies, let's quickly get into this political conversation. And like I mentioned earlier, young people all around the world, they seem to be doing more. They seem to want to take charge of governance and take charge of politics. We've seen what happened in Kenya, some months ago. We've seen what happened in Nepal. As we speak, we hear that even the protest in Morocco has gotten violent, and people are burning things. The police have started to round people up. And I think they started a protest. They were protesting against poor infrastructure. And they also criticized the way the Moroccan government spent money. There's a 2030 sport event that is supposed to happen. So I guess they feel like we're just really, they're not doing as expected. They're spending too much and all. That was one of the reasons why they started to protest. But as that is happening on the other side of the world, in Nigeria, the presidential candidates in the 2023 election, the flag bearer for the People's Democratic Party, that's Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, a number of people consider him one of the oldest, people to contest for the position of a
He's
president.
just 78.
Just 70. He's just 78.
I'm not the leader of
So,
tomorrow,
the
is it?
latest now is that, remember that he defected from he left the People's Democratic Party.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure he officially announced that he has now adopted the ADC. The ADC is like the latest coalition. I mean, different political parties seem to be coming together. Different big wigs from different political parties seem to have come together to form under an existing party, though very unpopular, but now quite popular. It's called the ADC coalition. But most recently, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar has come out to say that I am going to step down. I mean, and that came as a shocker to a number of people who understand politics in Nigeria, because for a very long time, I think for over 16 years or thereabout, he has been contesting, despite the fact that he didn't win it.
Don't give up. That's what we say.
He keeps contesting. So he has come out to say that I am going to step down for a younger candidate, as long as, you know, the ADC, that's the African Democratic Congress,
yeah.
You know, if the person comes out or shows interest,
Gets the ticket.
yes, under the ADC. And this is like, okay, we thought it was going to, you know, keep doing this forever. But then, how did you take the news? I mean, for me, it was a shock. I was like, okay, is this really true?
Do you know why I'm not surprised?
What?
We spoke about this a few months back when we heard Peter Obi and co had moved to ADC, and some persons were like,
Peter Obi, did he move to?
Well, he hasn't
hasn't
declared that he has.
but he hasn't
just have
declared, but
the-
there is been.
But we've seen him,
yeah,
you
we've
know,
seen him make moves
in and out with
co.
people in the
and
ADC.
we were projecting that he should come together with Atiku, and some persons were like, Atiku cannot step down for him to be the president because Atiku will want him to be the vice. And I was like, Atiku can't step down. I said it on air that day.
Yeah.
Did
So-
you?
yes, I did. You were not.
Yeah, we had a
I did,
conversation
I remember.
around it.
Okay, okay.
I
We
did
had a
say it.
conversation around it.
I did
Okay.
say it, and I'm not surprised because the truth is, there's a level you would, if you really want Nigeria to grow, if you are about the development and not just about you being on the seat and wanting to see the change that you have been clamoring for, and if you know that age is no longer on your side, but you can see someone who is able and willing to deliver on the job better than you are going to do, then it's advisable you step down. So I thought Peter Obi was there already, and that is why there's been this shift. But I won't be surprised if he comes out to declare himself to want to take the leadership role.
Who
or
now?
to be,
Peter Obi?
Yeah, Peter Obi. If he's going to come out to do that and maybe pick up someone younger too. But I am glad and I am happy that
Wait, I didn't get that. If Peter Obi does what?
I won't be surprised if Peter Obi comes out to take the
If he
presidency.
runs
If he
on
comes
that
out
ADC.
under
Okay,
ADC.
okay.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
one. Then secondly, I'm glad and I'm happy that Atiku is making this move, because that's to let us know that as much as you want to be the president and as much as you feel you can rule better, but having that understanding that it must not be you before the change is instigated is a good thing.
Why can't it be me?
You know, Chama, you're just giving us so much motivation today. I'm wondering what's happening.
How do you mean, please?
Because you sound very different today.
Is
Is
this
it because
I think there's an aura of motivation which is coming out of
It's
this
the
face.
independence.
okay?
Season.
I think maybe because the president did the right thing, so it's
Okay.
rubbing off on me.
Rose eyes.
Oh, so for the first, so you're actually admitting that the president did something right?
Yes.
Like how?
Okay.
How?
Like,
Calling
Why?
us to do, yes.
All right. No, so you wanted to say something?
No, I'm just commending her because it's just very shocking.
Oh, okay. So,
But she's always been motivational. I think one thing I have observed about her, which
Okay.
I kind of appreciate, she's always like very passionate, you know, especially when it's about Nigeria. You know,
Yeah, but
she's very patriotic,
she's patriotic.
right?
No, so I don't understand. That's so.
all right. No, so let's have your take generally. How do you react to the news?
At first, I was very shocked because I know that same time she referenced, I kept saying that he has been consistent, and that's where we brought up "Don't give up." And then for him to say that, I was shocked. But at the same time, I started wondering, because you know how they will say one thing and stir you up, and then the next thing, when it feels like, okay, this is the direction they're going, they just catch you by surprise. I'm like, are you sure this is not just another gimmick? Okay, he will say he's not doing it again, and then maybe just when we think that we know what's happening, something rears its head. Or they bring somebody that would be like a puppet per se, but then he's at the back doing this thing. So it's just, like they say, politics is not straight. So
It feels like a game.
yeah.
So you're still thinking about it, like-
I'm still trying to look at it that this man, because you were so consistent, and all of a sudden you realize that we have the leaders of tomorrow and they should run instead.
Okay.
I want to just add up to what you said about you being surprised. You guys should be ready because 2027 is going to be really shocking. A lot of persons. I'm serious. It's not going to be
please.
business. It's not going to be business as usual.
Election
Choma,
cycle,
Choma,
2023,
Choma, are you a politician now?
2019.
It's like she's inside.
2015.
She knows what's happening.
Politics, please.
What can possibly shock me that much?
We say
like
that every
in
election cycle.
2027?
2023, oh, Tinubu is contesting, he's going to be hot, everybody is staying out. 2019, I think that was the second term for Buhari. 2015, so, hey, Buhari, oh, Jonathan will not agree. Every election cycle, there's always, oh, this is going to be hottest. And we pass through it, and our situations remain the same.
No,
So
I'm not talking about being hot. I'm talking about the outcome. Just the same way Atiku stepped down and it's shocking to a lot of persons.
Oh,
A
you
lot
think
of-
the result of the election will shock
no,
us?
not just the result. No, not about the
electrocuted,
results.
actually.
Not about the results, but the events that's going to play out will be something
At,
that a
at
lot
best,
of persons.
in my opinion,
With-
at best, it will be interesting. Like, I mean,
No,
it's going to be a
that's
jolly
it.
ride, but shock.
election is always interesting.
I don't even I don't want it to shock us. I think I just want us to have a result we really hoped for, that we're really looking forward to at best. But anyway, it's all right. We look forward to the shock if it ever comes.
Everybody should just get a popcorn.
Patricia, what about you?
Well, when I saw the news this morning, I was like, hold up, young man.
Young man, 78.
What are you
78
doing?
old
Like, he's 78, he's young.
Yeah.
More like young daddy.
Like,
Okay.
what's happening? Initially, I thought, okay, possibly he's been listening to me and to some other Nigerians. No, we said something, we had this discussion some time ago now. I was like, they tire, you should leave that position or leave that seat. So when I saw it this morning, I'm like, okay, probably he's listening to us. But then, something in my head that knows these are politicians, I just felt, just like Nonso said, maybe there's something in the pot for us. There's something cooking, and who knows the game this man is about to bring on. But we're in for it, so we'll wait and see.
Okay.
But I'm not shocked. I've been expecting that he does that.
Really?
Yes, I would really want him to.
Oh, okay.
No, because you wanted him to. Maybe you were not expecting.
Oh, you are happy
I
said
actually,
that.
because you
yes, I was
wanted him.
happy. I was happy seeing that news.
Oh, okay.
But then I couldn't express my happiness because you never can tell.
Politicians, right?
This is
Yeah.
Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay. How is
Okay,
that?
so what are the things or an opinion I made when we had that discussion was I don't see anything wrong with him contesting over and over again. He has the right to. He's a Nigerian. He has the right to vote and be voted for as long as he gets the ticket, So if he wants to contest for any election cycle, as long as he's still alive, I don't see any problem with that, right? But I have a challenge with the fact that, like I said earlier, he's 78. And I remember when I was in primary school, we tell you are the leaders of tomorrow, until I saw a quote, somebody said that, okay, they say education is the key. As a young person, yeah, blah, 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 blah. But they've changed the padlock. So now, we don't even know if we still hold the right key anymore. But I think it's a good thing. At the same time, when you say young person, it's relative. What's the age? Because he's
Very
78.
Relative.
Peter Obi is 64. Would he consider Peter Obi a young person?
If Peter
who
Obi
else?
shows interest, will he step down?
Yeah, would he consider Peter Obi a young person? Because Peter Obi is 64. He's just 14 years older than he is. You can say, you are
14
literally,
years isn't,
you're
isn't
literally
just.
almost
14
same
years
age.
is not just.
So, in Nigeria, a young person or a youth, so to speak, is 18 to 35, right?
No.
So, right?
It should go beyond that.
18 to 35.
It is a 36-year-old person, not a young person.
That's the youth. That's the youth
That's the
range,
youth
right?
range, yeah,
So
18
must.
to-
So maybe
also,
under
what do we
the-
rec-
35,
what do we call people
36?
36 and
Maybe
above?
under the not too young,
Young
to
adults,
roll
really?
policy.
Go
So
on,
maybe
please.
under the not too young to roll policy, we cannot have people in their 40s, 50s. So I'm just concerned about who is or how old would the person he would consider a younger person be. I mean, is it someone in their 60s because he's in his 70s, Or is he looking at somebody in their 40s or someone in his 30s or 50s, right? And then we now look at, okay, who are those that stand a chance in the ADC? That's, of course, we may not be able to determine that now, but from the people that we know that may be interested in running for presidency, who are those that stand a chance? Who are those that have the influence, to even win, get the tickets, and then contest and win presidency in Nigeria? Aside these people that we've been mentioning, Peter Obi, okay, maybe Sowore, that's if Sowore goes to the ADC, sha. And who else? Okay, maybe Fela Drote wants to come back. I don't know, but
And
really,
join the ADC.
You know. But that's just what I'm thinking. But again, it's a good thing.
Is Sowore currently in a party?
No. Sowore is in AAC.
AAC, he has
Yeah.
a party now.
He has a party.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now that Atiku has made this offer, he may want to come in and say, okay, maybe this is the chance I've been waiting for.
No, if you ask me, I'll take this with a pinch of salt. I mean, like, I am still looking forward. It is hard to believe that, I mean, this ambition that is nursed over a very long period of time would just be
Give
dropped like that, because we know that his inability to drop that ambition, if you ask a number of people, they'll tell you it cost the PDP, like a major chance in the
Last year,
in last year's
Last-
election. I
no,
mean, that
2 years ago.
seemed to be, I mean, a very visible origin of the rift between the PDP and the likes of Nyesom Wike, who is now the minister of the FCT and all of that.
Yeah.
But then I am so excited because now I'm looking forward to seeing the younger people, even within that party, that will come up. Because a number of times we say things like, oh, we want young candidates. Where are the young candidates? Let them come forward.
This is your time.
Where are the young candidates? And
Or is that what you're laughing?
Why did that sound like a Martin,
I want to
Martin
ask a
Luther
question.
King
Yes.
statement?
If we have a young candidate, would Nigerians support that younger candidate?
Exactly. Why I
That's
said
another angle.
that has the influence.
okay, so if we have a young candidate and the candidate runs on with a party like ADC, with the support of all of those people who have come together to form that coalition, because see, in the end, when it comes to politics, presidential politics in Nigeria, it's not just a one-man thing. I'm not sure if there's anybody that has become president since we, started this our democracy, that has just done it based on his own, just with his own followers. You've heard the president at some point when he was still trying to campaign to be president say things like he pulled his weight behind former president Muhammadu Buhari. So it's usually like,
But for his own win,
no,
there
so
are people who would argue that he
I'm just
literally
saying
won
all
on his
you
own.
need to do, I mean, with the political scene of the country right now, all you need to do is to have all of the big wigs behind you. Just have the right, I mean, the support of some key political leaders. They will pull the other weights. And plus the way we play our politics here, there are a number of factors that will come to play. You just need to have the right structure in place. And I mean, in the end, that we have like a team of people who brand you. At some point there was a president that told us that he had no shoe, and now he had shoes, and there will be pop sentiment and all kinds of things, and we will get there. So so I'm just looking forward to younger people now stepping up. Younger people. I mean, he said.
Well, just in case, I'm available.
Talking about these younger people, I think this is the time where we, the young ones, as Nigerians, should begin to get involved in politics. We can start from as low as our local government and co. Just look for a party and just get in. And at this point, this is what I want to say. Assuming there's, let me use Atiku for example. Assuming there was someone he was holding by the hand and mentoring and catching the person young, this is the point where he's going to push the person forward. But because they see politics as a me thing, and assuming they see it as something that it's, okay, I'm starting up a project, I want to bring about this change, and it's going to outlive me. I need to train people that would take up the baton when I'm no longer available. That is when he would have put up that person that he's clamoring to be the young person. We will not be searching for the young person today.
All right. I want us to get into, 2 points here in this conversation. Like was it Oisa that mentioned earlier are there young politicians or young people in governance or in government that we can point at today that I think if this person runs for president and gets the right support, the person, just might maybe win the election, or the person stands a chance, so to say. Do we even have people like that? Maybe people that are not over 50,
How old is Adamu Gaba? Can't remember. Yes, now, I mean.
Wait, yeah.
Okay.
Adamu
Gaba.
Did I hear you?
Well, what's it about him? He's contested before, or
Okay.
he's been in the scene before. I know that there've been the likes of Kingsley Moghalu, Fela Durotoye, that period. So maybe this is the time for them to come back. They, at some point, wanted to have a unanimous candidate, although that one didn't work out. But if we are looking at having young people who have influence to an extent, I think maybe this is the time for them to come back and try their luck again.
What of someone like Ambode?
Akinwumi Ambode.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe our audience will tell.
Okay, so let us quickly get to the members of the audience. I mean, if you have a name in mind, or you have a contribution, could you just raise your hand? And I also want the Holy Child students to say something. I know there was a time when we used to actually really dream of becoming a president. Then they would ask us in school, what do you want to become in future? Do we have anyone who has nursed who is nursing a political ambition amongst the students? Anybody? Okay, so yes or no? Let's just say yes or no.
Our future president.
No, you don't want to become a governor.
Please, your leaders. You are leaders.
Hey, leaders of
What
tomorrow
about a
are going to
local
be
government
leaders.
chairman? What about president?
Governor.
Our leaders
Ah,
of tomorrow.
Senate
don't want to take
president.
up the seat.
Wow.
Okay, so Wale, someone has someone has his
contribution.
hands raised. Yes.
Wow.
Akintayo is my name.
Good afternoon.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon.
I had the ambition of becoming a Nigerian president, but I'm warned that I'll be killed before I get there.
Wow.
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 Now, if we operate the politics of do or die, there is no way that perception will not be entertained. And I think it's because over the years, we've not deliberately created a sense of nationhood. I recall when I was in primary school, we used to do civic studies, history, and all of those things. So we are inspired by the kind of leaders we have during that period. And we are encouraged that when we grow up, we want to maybe take up from where they must have stopped. But essentially, over the years, we have dropped the ball. When I say we have dropped the ball, I think it cut across all levels of ages. Because even if you ask, you can see now, you ask the school students, and none of them even are inspired to enter into the leadership role. And I have a strong belief that, much as some people believe that leadership, they are born to be leaders, I don't agree to that, except maybe in someone's fiction. We're all born naked. Nobody came into this world with a shoe. I'm a medical doctor. If I see a baby with a shoe, I will cut off that leg immediately. Because I've never seen it before, and I've never read it in medical books, that someone should come into this world with books. So what I'm saying in essence is that we need to redefine our nationhood. Where do we want to go? And it starts from education. Most of the times, at this material time, some of us are worried because I look around me and I see people that are only lettered. They only know how to read and write. And some of them are even reading things upside down. They are not educated. Because education should give you, at least give you an avenue to acquire some level of knowledge, skills, that will make you to be useful and will be able to make you to be impactful in wherever you find yourself. But you find a situation whereby people just go there to learn, to read, to acquire titles. And people are so curious with titles these days that they acquire so many titles that they are apostles, they are pastors, they are evangelists, they are spiritualists. And when you combine everything together, they are apes. And that's why, essentially, I get worried when I see some of those things. We're so lucky in this country because God has really, really, really blessed this country.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There is hardly any place you get to in Nigeria that you will not find some, potentials, be it natural, be it human being, and all of that. And all we just need is to decide within ourselves that we want to map all those resources and see how we can deliberately and intentionally use those resources for nationhood, not for personal gains.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you for your contribution.
A round of applause for him as well.
We have 2 more people.
Yes. So we want to take just 2 more questions, but let us just keep it within 30 seconds to a minute, so that we can do more. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lekon. I want to contribute to the conversation so far. Then I will now make reference to the question you asked the pupils. All students, they are in secondary school, right? How many of them want to be a president or has an ambition to be a governor, and nobody signified? That is to tell you the level which we are right now. People are no longer interested in these things, in this system. Because when they tune on their TV, what do they see? People being killed, everybody looting money here and there. But while we were growing up, when they ask us this question, you see people raising up, people in my generation, the millennials. But now, people are no longer interested. That is what is translating to political party. When you say, go and collect your PVC, nobody is interested. When it's time to vote, nobody is, because this is what they are seeing on a daily basis. It's not encouraging. And then I could also remember, while I was growing up, though I went to a private primary school and secondary school, so we don't really go and march here and there, but people that went to public schools, they look forward to Independence Day because they want to go and march. You see people hiring their uniform days ahead. No parent dare tell his or her child that you are not going. You will see war in their house. Because the child has been going through series of rehearsals. How is going to do the salute, this and that. You say you are not going because you want to point that child. But now, nobody is interested in all these things. Why? Because our politicians have changed the narratives from nation building to me, myself, and I. All we are interested in, let me loot. Every opportunity I have, let me do for myself and my family and my circle of friends. Nobody's interested in nation building anymore. So if you are getting this kind of reference, you will be disappointed. It's a pointer of where we are as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution then. Okay.
My name is Rashid. My own perspective about the matter is different little. First of all, you can have ambition, but how you are going to realize the ambition is the key. In the Nigerian system today, if you want to become a governor or president, you need a lot of money and a lot of time and connection. A lot of people have the ambition, but they don't have the connection. When you look Sowore have all the quality to become president, but he doesn't have the connection. He just do the thing as if he's playing with the ambition. On Atiku has not stepped down for president. He just agreed that if I lost the primary election in ADC, I will step down. Because he's hearing a voice in the ADC that South entirely has not ended their tenure of 8 years. If he lost, somebody is moving around now that we don't notice, which is Jonathan. He's moving, he's playing a lot of game, and a lot of things going on undergroundly. If eventually win, Atiku will step down and wait in 2031 and come back again at 85 years old to still contest the election. And when you look this country, when you look Nigerians, a lot of people have money, they have business, they can contest the election and they can move us forward. but they are panic because they don't want their business to be destroyed. So all those people are cowards. And a lot of people, again, they are ready to collect money and continue electing these people. And let me end like this.
All right.
This man on the seat, he has not tired and is ready to contest again.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll take the last person, which is him.
Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Inuojo. I would like to join the conversation by tying your first intro. Okay, Emmanuel Inuojo. Okay. I would like to join the conversation by tying your first intro into the last conversation.
Okay.
You started by asking the ladies what do they feel about not having a national parade. And then the last conversation was talking about who wants to be a leader and who wants to be a politician. I'll tie the two this way. First of all, I am very disappointed that we didn't get to have a national parade. And my reason is this. October 1st is the day for me that I feel more like a Nigerian than any other day. That is the day I put my pen to paper and I write about Nigeria from 1960 to that particular year. Yesterday again I did that. Because that's the day I feel like my blood turns to green. So for the president to cancel that, that is a low moment for me. And I feel, in my opinion, that they did that because they believe that any gathering more than 1,000 can be turned into a Kwame kind of, conversation, and they don't know what might ensue afterwards. That is just my own theory. Because if they've done so well, you want to do a gathering, throw a party, let everybody come and say, hey, kumbaya. But if you feel they've not done so well, people might start saying they've been Kwame like we have on the social media these days. I believe they're afraid. That's that. They're now tying that to about being a leader. Yes, over the time, our nationality or sense of being patriotic has been eroded. I heard Mr. Kayode talking about that earlier this morning about we need to be patriotic naturally, while those who are not are supposed to be encouraged to be. But tell me, when the president is canceling a national parade, the day that we feel more like a Nigerian, where is that nationality or sense of patriotism is going to come from? When on that day we're supposed to see your president throwing the salute or receiving the salutes of the generals, those are the day you feel goosebumps, like, yes, I'm a Nigerian, and then they're canceling it. What's going to motivate you to be a president of such a country?
Thank you very much.
Like I mentioned earlier, next Independence Day, if we eventually have a parade, I will note this down so that if any Nigerian comes up and says, what are you celebrating?
Then
what is there to celebrate?
You have to also check.
I will show them
You have to also check if
today.
that Nigerian was in support of it being cancelled this year. But let's take that to
So we have,
right.
we want to take one more from a student.
one student.
Yes, okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
My name is
afternoon.
Badero Emanuela from Olichar College. So, before, when I was small, I used to say that I want to be President Mrs. Emanuela in the future. So, I even went as far as writing into my CA when I was like 5 years old. I'll be like, my name is President Mrs. Emanuela. So,
Big dreams.
My teacher now came, she now said, Pia Emanuela, you wrote President Mrs. You are not the Mrs. yet to cancel that President Mrs. Now put your son in. Yeah. She now sweet talked me to do it. So when I now grew up and now noticed the way the country was, I'm like, I can't do this one again. This one passed me. I cannot do this one again.
Emanuela, you said you noticed the way the country was. What exactly did you notice?
Well, like the country was getting bad. When Mama Dubuari came in, I'm like, hey.
This is a drama queen.
And I'll follow my mommy to hear the news. I'm like, this one that Mama Dubuari is doing what I don't know. Like, may God help me, Sha.
Amen.
Amen.
Do you still want to be President, Mrs.?
Yes, but if God gives me the grace, I will, and I'll try everything I can in my power to make the country better. And
thank you, Emanuela.
All right.
So on that beautiful note, we wrap up the conversation on the dish today on Lagos Talks 91.3, ladies.
Yeah.
And I just want us to to leave with a short word of hope, because it is another independent season. And this is still the Nigeria we know. Whether we I know that so many Nigerians indeed love Nigerians, regardless of where we fall on the divide, whether we are pro this or anti this. I know that in a way we are all looking forward to the greatness of the country. So I just want us to, just one sentence.
Okay, in one sentence, the change starts from you. Be the change you want to see, from the way you handle your business, you treat the next Nigerian, and how you handle your environment. It starts from you and me. Thank you.
Thank you. Nonso.
Speak to the world.
We know you're not excited, but...
Come on, I'm smiling, so I'm excited.
All right.
So, I'd say don't give up. I know most of us here have said how we have been trying and one thing or the other is happening, but if we don't do it, who will? So we have to do our best. At the end of the day, it's our country, nobody else is, so don't give up.
All right, Patricia.
Okay, I would say, regardless of the chaotic situations around now, still remain patriotic. It can only get better. Let's be hopeful. Nigeria is for us, and we are Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, for me, I would say, let's take responsibility for our country. As much as we point accusing fingers at the leaders and politicians, they have their faults, but we have our faults too. We cannot detach ourselves from the reality. So let's take responsibility. Every one of us have a responsibility to play.
Thank you so much. And on my part, I'll just say that let's be a bit more patriotic. A number of Nigerians want Nigerian to be good, but if you go deep down, there's so many personal interests flying around. Personal interests are behind what so many people are doing. Let's just put Nigeria, forward and first for a moment. And that will influence and motivate us, all of the actions we take and the decisions, the words we speak. Let us try to put Nigeria first. I am Olaoluwa, Wealth and News Lady, and thank you, Choma, thank you, Nonso, Patricia, Noble Lady Trish, and Oiza for a fantastic dish edition today. All right, thank you. Thank you all for being such a fantastic audience as well.
All right, and how did that feel like, watching your radio personalities live? You hear them 1 a.m. All right, you hear them 1 p.m. to 3 to 4 p.m. every single day, but today they are here in person. And I could see some people, they want to ask a question, but they were just, But once again, put your hands together for them. Now, I get troubled whenever I hear young ones speak. I get troubled because what they say, for me, is an indication of what tomorrow looks like. I get troubled because when we were younger, a lot of the things our parents did that we're not shielded from is what has formed us who we are today. And when we were younger, we were told, oh, it's just a kid, that's what he knows. But now, as we grow, every bad thing we learned, every loss of interest or disinterest in the nation, every inspiration to be less patriotic is what has led to the acts that we see our 40-year-olds and 50-year-olds engaging in politics today. We're used to talking about the 70s, the 60s, the, I might not remember names of politicians, the Atikus, the Tinumbus, accusing them for being the problem of Nigeria. But there's a bigger problem ahead when the 40s and the 50s get there, because right now, all we want to do is just chop and groove. So imagine what we will do when we get there. And now, if you now cascade it a bit down, I've spoken about this a couple of times. My wife is into early years, so I dabble into that a bit myself, trying to understand how the young ones think, what they see, what they expect. And when you hear them talk about Nigeria, I fear for the nation. Because we are not shielding them from certain events and activities that happen. I'm not saying lie to the kids, but when you tell a child, my child for example, when we're walking down the road or we go out of town and there is flood or something, and it tells me Daddy, why is this happening? Why don't we have this? I tell him, it is that politician who is supposed to do the right thing that has refused to do it. So when you grow up and you have the opportunity, remember that every time you do something wrong, people pay a price for it. Just to let him know that there are people that are running the nation down, but that does not mean you give up on the nation. So he goes out, and my last kid tells me, some people at times they are talking, and I tell them, don't throw things on the floor. I'm like, don't do that in school, they can beat you. But let me ask the children, the students that are seated there, and let's be honest, how many of us since the beginning of this year, January 1st till the 2nd of October today, how many of us have never littered the floor? Let's raise our hands up. No, the students. How many of us never littered the floor, that you're eating and just drop something on the floor and you walk away? So you see, we all have a responsibility. Now, to you now, we can excuse you because you're all young Nigerians. But if we don't influence your thoughts and your knowledge of Nigeria and imbibe in you a sense of responsibility, you will grow up and you'll behave just like the leaders you are accused today. How many of us, when we are doing things, think about the others? These are the things we need to consider. Today, it's all about conversations on boards. We've had conversations over the last 30 to 45 minutes, thereabout. Now, we want to get on boards. Our celebrities, our personalities, our influencers are here already gathered. And as I call them, let's put our hands together for them. We start with the man in my immediate front right here. He's a comedian of substance, someone who speaks power and strength, someone who has ideas, great ideas, and says what he wants to say, whether you agree with him or not. In fact, you might not agree with him, but he still say it to your face. He's a one-man demolition squad. Seen him take, Goliaths and say things that people ask, how do you sleep at night? He's a comedian. He does both the English and what you call vernacular comedy. His name is Sheilo. Let's put our hands together for him, please. No, still sit down. We just want to celebrate you for now. We have next to him another known face who came to the limelight. He's been in politics for a while. But the reason he's been in politics for a while, and probably didn't know much about him until 2023, is because he's refused to do politics the way everybody does politics. He tries to just stay afloat and do things as differently as he can. And 2023, he took Lagos by storm. Till now, you see him on TV, you hear him on radio, you see him on social media, and he's talking about rebuilding Lagos, the Lagos of your dream. He's a politician, he's an architect, and he is here with us today. His name is Gbadebo Roseviver. Seated to my extreme left here is a man whose voice you hear every time. Someone met him downstairs and he said, I've been listening to you since I was in secondary school. And he was shocked because this man that said, I've been listening to you since I was in secondary school, looks like a grandfather. So I had to ask him, bros, when you start this business, I did fear. Even when the guy said it, he had to take a second look now. Man, I don't take for this business. So you cannot talk sports in Nigeria today, and by extension Africa, without mentioning his name. He's been there, he's seen that, he's done that. Although he dances more than he plays football, but he talks sports. His name is Charles Anazodo. And a man that has a name that is synonymous to music, but he decides to do comedy. Different countries have a way they describe comedy. In Nigeria, we call it comedy and different names, but in some countries in West Africa, they call it fooling. So I won't say he's fooling around, but he does comedy. He's a man that is also very strong, very opinionated. He says what he feels like. And there's something he says that if I talk, I die. If I no talk, I die? Why don't I talk and die? Whenever he says that, I tell him that this young man, I rebuke it in Jesus' name. You shall not die. And that man is the man we all call a cappella. Akapi. So we get the show started, and we're live. We thank you, everyone, for coming in. We're starting the conversations on board with two colossal comedians who have transcended generations. If you add the number of years they've practiced comedy as with fame, I'm sure it's more than 20 years. If you add the number of years they've practiced comedy without fame, maybe like 50 or 60 years. But they are here today. Let's welcome Seyi Law and Akapi to the stage. Can we keep clapping till they get here, please? I would have given you a hand, but you're not a lady, Akapi. I won't give up.
Not, and I'm hot, and you're not, and he's hot, and you're not, and I'm hot. Don't know about you, I'm handsome. Most people wanna hold me for ransom. The coconut fall up in my mansion. African Michael Jackson.
All right. Here. And it feels like you planned it. There's a semblance in your color. Is this orange or burgundy? It's I don't know.
My own they mix and a DJ so.
All right, so the two of you are here. I know you have the game we are going to play already, but let's just understand. We have what? We have chess. I know you prefer chess. We have what else? Ludo, and we have draft and Ayo. Yes. So we have Ayo, we have draft or checkers, we have Ludo. We have what? Pick 2, pick 3, Central Market, General Market.
Let's play what? I want to send a cappella on General Market.
Akapi, what do you want to play?
I can play what?
When was the last time you played what, though?
What?
When was the what?
It's been a long time. It's been a long time.
All right, so to coordinate this, the game master for this segment is Kola Wole, a voice that you're used to, and a voice that Nigerians love to hear. Kola Wole Falodun, join me here on stage as we get the show started. You're in for a great time because you're going to talk politics, you're talking career, we're talking comedy, we're talking Nigeria, we're talking the future, we're talking social development, we're talking facts. And that is what we're having here today. A round of applause, please, as Kola Wole joins us. The game master. I've been advised not to give man a hand, so I can't help you. Find your way up here.
Thank you very much. Okay. Gentlemen, welcome to Conversations on Board. Ask me to sit down now.
Please sit down. And if you want to stand, just stand.
You be babe.
Don't consign us.
Okay. I'm sure you gentlemen know the rules of the game.
No, we don't. Please.
And mind you, we have some of our interesting brands who have supported this. So as time goes on, of course, you get to see them. So you can begin throwing your money where your mouth is. Who are you putting your money on? If you're putting your money on a cappella, let me see your hands.
Oh, they will win money, not bets.
Let's see now. With your chest now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And if your money is on Mr. Seyi Law, let me see your hands. Okay. We're going to find out here.
For this water.
Okay, so whilst I deal the cards, I just want you to tell us about your career. I'll start with you. Your career so far, I mean, we know you as a comedian. Your name a cappella rings a bell. Literally, it's all about music. I'm wondering how this became comedy. So we want to know more about you. And then we'll move to Mr. Seyi Law as well.
Okay, something I said everything. A cappella, because I started as a singer, as a young boy in church, I used to belong to an a cappella group way back. And those days, my group, you know how it is. It was Praise Night era now. You know, the era of Praise Night, you know. You have to belong in a group for you to be able to participate in one or two things. So, and then I used to do comedy too. And so one of the advantages that my group had was that my group had a comedian. And so people would rather call my group. Those days it was people like Pillars who were trending. And then people would rather call my group because they know that it's more like buy one, get one free. Get this group. The name of the group was Exalters of Righteousness A Cappella Band.
What happened?
And that time, say that time, you didn't like your name that time, Shay Easy. Sheila's first stage name was Shay Easy. So imagine say you want to introduce and I say give it up for Shay Easy. Now name be that. So the name of the band was Exalters of Righteousness A Cappella Band. So, but when they introduce us, Namigo first come out as a comedian of the group. So I go come crack few jokes, then the others would join me. And so in some people started thinking, Exalters of Righteousness A Cappella Band. It is this guy that's a cappella who owns this band. Because I usually come out first. Wow. And so it became a nickname that took my name.
That's an interesting one.
Yes.
I didn't know
that's from way back 2001. Yeah.
That deserves more round of applause. That's like a crazy story. Okay, is it true that it was Shay Easy that was your initial?
I go lie for you.
He go lie for you.
This guy, they want me.
Tell
us about your story.
Well, it was I'd always done comedy from secondary school and all those stuff, but then I didn't think of it as a career, And so but sometime in 2003. After waiting for admission and all those stuff, I decided to do something, and I started with dancing in 2003. I was dancing. You go to churches, you dance, and then I joined the drama group in my church. So I was always playing the comical role, And at some point, I decided to try acting, and I used to go to the National Art Theater to try and see if I could get a role in the movies. But for almost 2 years I tried, no role came. I think my biggest achievement while I used to go to the National Art Theater was the day the late Sam Lokoife sent me to get a drink for him. It was as if I'd achieved my dream because Sam Lokoife sent you message, But in 2005, I used to own a business center. What we call business center, we have the umbrella, and then we make phone call. That was when phone call was raining. For some of you might not understand. Then when you come and make call, if your call exceeds 1 minute, even with 1 second or 2 seconds, you pay for 2 minutes. It's full payment. So then we used to pray that people will come and make call, and it will exceed 2 minutes. The customers we used to look forward to are those stammerers. When they come, who died this number? Who brought out? Who Chinedu? That was how one came and made call and said, who cut it, don't let it enter 2 minutes, after 6 minutes. So one night, I'd finished from the business center. I went back home. I think it was August 5th, 2005. August 5th, 2005. It was a Friday night. I finished, I went back home, and we saw a movie on Snow White. And so I came up with a joke from the movie, and I cracked the joke in the living room while we watched the movie. So I cracked the joke, and my cousin was like, do you know that this thing that you always make us laugh at home, people actually make money from this thing? You come and try comedy. I said, I do comedy. He said, come and follow us to a church.
Okay.
Where we're going to perform. They're a member of a music group, Port Images. And my cousin Laddie invited me. So August 7, 2005, I went on stage to perform as a professional comedian for the first time.
2005.
2005. And this year makes it 20 years as a professional stand-up comedian.
You can do better than that.
Okay. So my name at that time, because of the situation of Nigeria, that was what gave birth to my name. Things be no easy that time. So when I come on stage and they introduce me as Shay Easy, when I come on stage, I say, Shay Easy, people will shout, easy. I say, if to say easy, for no day, they hustle. And from there, I start cracking jokes.
And then it became law at what point?
So that same 2009, after that performance in that church, they called me for another church to come and perform. And there I met a comedian who was the MC. His name then was MC Doggy. But later he became a Maker Smith.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
We are like Paul, we are like Saul that
Okay,
became Paul.
okay.
So that day he invited me to their church to come and perform. It was in December 2005. They were doing a program in their church. They invited me to come, and then I met, I got there. They didn't want me to, the other organizers didn't want me to perform, because when he brought me into the hall and said, this one are the guy where they tell you now, I say, they're very funny. One of the organizers just looked at me and said, this thing no fit climb our altar now. Because my trouser jumped past Michael Jackson on that time.
Okay.
And the palm where I wear, the palm don't come out now, only the slippers remain.
All right.
So, but along the line, the guy that was beating the drum in the church, Soso Suberekon, who produced Obodo Zenugo for Clean the Drum, there was a lapse during the program, there was a gap. And so he called me, he said, why don't you use this guy to fill the gap? And that was how I went into the church. And whilst I was performing, I had about 3 different ovations in between my performances. And the Jedi, who was the comedian they were waiting for, came into the hall, at that when I was performing, and he saw my performance. He was very impressed. He ran on stage, heard me when I finished performing, and he was the one who changed my name from Shei Easy to Sheyi Law. Sheyi from Olua Sheyiton and Law from Lawrence.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, but the teacher a lawyer. This one goes school.
Someone cannot play with you. Okay, gentlemen, let's play.
And Acapella didn't tell you guys that he used to.
I knew you would do your own back.
Yes, I go do, but he didn't tell you guys when I said I was doing business center. Now you guys are looking at me. This one, I feel me they rent. They do video rental. Not in a very at Yanoba.
What do you mean by Yanoba? Anyway, gentlemen, let's play conversations on board. So we're going to continue with this conversation. I'm going to be asking you some more questions, but let's lay the ground rules. You know the game of what, gentlemen? You're familiar with this?
Yes.
We're going to agree on because most of the times when people play this game, they disagree on what card does what. So let's agree on that first.
Exactly.
Do we all agree on that?
Yes.
So the popular card, they will tell us what the card means. So camera, please focus on this. What does this card do? What do we agree this card does? I want, right? Or give me. You know what that means?
Or I need.
Or I need. So it means you can demand the other fellow what shape of card you want them to play next. If they don't have it, they go to the market. Do we agree? Okay. The second card.
Pick 3.
Do we agree it's pick 3?
Yes.
Pick 3, right? Okay. So pick 3, it means you go to the market and pick 3 cards. You miss your turn. You pick 3 cards, and then you continue. How about this? Someone is saying
General market. That's 14. General market. They can't see it.
Can we see it?
General market.
Acapella, you know talk.
It is fear now. The way I want a pack and give her.
So general market means you just go to the market. Since it's just both of you, it means you pick one more card. If it was like 3 or 4 of you, you all pick from the market. And then this one.
Pick 2.
Pick 2, okay.
Acapella don't they talk.
And then this.
Hold on.
Okay. And then this.
Suspension.
Almost the same thing when it's like a 1v1 situation.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to shuffle the cards now and give you 6 apiece. Do we agree? Can we shake hands?
As a man, shake hand.
Shaking hand now.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, in the spirit of fair play.
I don't know.
May no go take my destiny.
I better take my own. I know they use them.
Take the hand where I want to win.
Okay.
But this what? Wait till we go win.
you win your mic. And that time, you know, say people will pack the sound come.
Okay. I'm cutting it, or should I get someone to cut it?
Again?
Let's
open one.
And then open that one.
So who cut now?
Now me cut am.
Which kind of talk be that one? Make person cut am.
Okay.
As I cut am now, you go pick two. Acapella don't die.
Let me see your own.
You don't need to see am.
We can see am now.
I want wound person. They say you want see am. Hey, see wounding.
Is this a game of luck or a game of skill?
Skill dey inside the local.
Now card wey you pick, you go take use your skill now.
Oh yeah, I don't go market.
I mean, it's arguable.
I just go market, make you feel like saying go win.
Oh yeah, no. Pick two.
Wow.
You know, say na wound, I want wound and so.
Long and short, someone's going to win here.
Hold on. Pick three. Continue. Your eye go peel.
Oh, yeah. So, at this point, I want to ask Acapella a question. When you think about nation building, when you think and try to review how well a country is doing, on whose shoulder do you think the responsibility of growing a nation falls on? Is it on the leadership, on the people, or do you think it's a mixture of both, or a mixture of a lot of things?
I think it can be a mixture of both, but the bulk of the responsibility falls on the leadership. Because policies are made by leaders. Leaders are paid to be policy makers, first of all, right? You know, so first is their job. They are paid to be interested in what makes the nation move forward. So first of all, it's their job. And so they make policies, and they also have to see that these policies are implemented. And that is where they carry, because all over the world, the human nature resists coordination. It's not only a Nigerian, it's not an African thing. If you travel abroad, you see the traffic lights, even as much as we think that people in the West obey the law so much, they're part of. The reason they do that is because they know that if you beat this traffic light, there's a camera that will capture you, and before you get to your house, you have the ticket. Mm-hmm. And for the sake of the repercussion, right? And because when they get to a traffic light that does not have camera, they beat it. Regardless of their color, yes, of their race, I can tell you 100%, regardless of their race, whether they were born American, British, Canadian.
So the only reason why they obey the law is because of surveillance.
Implementation.
It's because of implementation of. It's because there are consequences to those actions.
And who carries out the consequences?
So even the so-called foreigners only do it because there are systems in place to check them.
Yes, I think so.
Have you seen foreigners in this country that police will be the one to guide them and beat the queue in Nigeria?
But can't
do that over there now.
I think the bulk of the responsibility of nation building should lie on the shoulders of those who are paid to build a nation. Because I don't like when people run for office. For instance, I'm seated here, you are seated here, this guy is seated here, we're all seated here, then somebody comes, right? You can see the whole problem that's going on. You've done all your evaluation. You now come and say, I'm interested to correct this thing. You are not an alien. You didn't come from space. You saw it. You now run for office and say, if you put me here, I can correct this thing. Now you are there. I'm saying this thing is not corrected. You say it's not easy. Come back, make me come enjoy that way they enjoy. Man, they explain to you, say it's not easy now. Right? We all cannot run for office.
Okay.
They can't say, oh, you need to participate in politics. You know, no, we all cannot be interested in politics.
Okay.
It is nature. I may not be interested in politics, but policies that are made will affect me.
What do you think about people who say, I beg anything politics, I don't want to be involved in it? Some people have a religious backing to that. They argue that because of my background when it comes to my culture or my religion, politics is a dirty game. I don't want to be involved in it.
So those
What do
are
you
the
think about
people I'm
like
saying we all cannot be interested in politics. It can be for whatever reason.
Okay.
For some it's religious, for some it's personal interest, for some they don't think they can play it. We all cannot be, but it's just like I'm a comedian. I go on stage. I'm not doing well. This guy from the audience is complaining. Right? But I'm now telling him, you think a comedy is, he can't take the mic. He cannot be he must not be a comedian to know that I'm not funny.
Okay, all right. So let's remember, back to the game. You have an obligation, so please do the needful.
What you?
You know, to add to what Acapella said, you know, as much as we cannot all be interested in politics, don't shut down people who are interested. Because politics affects the everyday today of our lives. Politicians make policies that affect all of us. And so you cannot tell me that why am I too interested because you are not interested. You understand? Because the way I view it is different from the way you view it. So don't shut anybody down for being interested.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to take questions from our beautiful audience. So if you're interested in asking these gentlemen a question or two, you could signify that I could point the mic to you. What has happened now? Wait till. Someone just give somebody general markets, because that's...
And it continued. No, don't worry, I'm capable.
You're capable, Abby.
Pick 3, continue.
Okay. You don't shuffle that thing with style, though. Okay. That's 7.
Suspension. Continue.
Pick 3. Okay. What do you have? Do you have it? You know you can block one of these things. We didn't even talk about that.
No, we don't want the block.
You know on the block.
No,
you agree that you're not going to block anything.
No, we know the block.
You finish yourselves here.
No,
Okay.
they don't shuffle and before.
No, actually you have to shuffle again. So give me a second to shuffle. While I shuffle, Mr. Shea, now social media is a big factor when it comes to shaping conversations, shaping societal conversations, and shaping the way we progress with our politics, our values, and so on and so forth. Now, a lot of vileness happens on social media. And we saw what happened during, I don't want to push this so politically, but there's no how we're going to avoid that. But of course, you guys have shook hands, and we've agreed to make this as gentlemanly as possible. Now, social media is a very, very big factor in shaping conversations. Has it added positively to advancement of our politics, of our governance, or has it dealt us a terrible blow over the past few years? Social media, Twitter, now X, Facebook, and so on and so forth. I'll shuffle the cards now.
I think social media has added positively to our national conversation, politically and everything. And that is one of the reasons why I'm against the regulation of social media. But I'm also for laws that prevent harassment, bullying, and threats, you know. So people should be able to voice their opinion, but then when we voice our opinion, we should do it, it should be dignified, you know. I'm for constructive criticism. I'm for airing your opinion, but don't let it come with abuses. Don't let it come with harassment. Don't let it come with bullying. You know.
Please go ahead.
So I think because there are certain things now that our politicians know. They know now that Nigerians are seeing.
Okay.
Yeah, they know that Nigerians can see.
So, Acapella 1 star. Yeah. Last card.
You don't suspend me already. You suspend
Continue,
me,
go to the
so
market.
as you know, get you will go market.
Yeah, this is a suspension, right?
Yes, suspension goes to the market. You spoke about, what's it called now? Regulating social media, and that was what a lot of people kicked against last couple of years. And I have a question. If you're regulating, I was speaking to a couple of friends yesterday. Circle? Markets, okay.
General
markets, again.
Continue.
Okay, let's pause. So, there was a lot of back and forth about regulation of social media. And when you think about it logically, you cannot entirely stay on one side or stay on the other side, because indeed a lot of defamatory things happen on social media that have damaged reputations. We've been seeing incidents on rape and all of that, and so on and so forth. It happens on social media because people feel that they can hide behind the keyboard and do whatever they like. But right now, we now know that you could be found out. If you commit a crime, you will be found out and you'll be dealt with in accordance with the law. Now, do you agree that a regulation of social media should be a go-go thing for Nigeria of today? Number two, we have radio and TV regulated by the NBC. What is the reason why we can't just regulate social media? Because, a lot of people have access to social media. Some people don't have parents to even guide them. So you have a lot of people who are in, young hearts looking at social media and seeing all sort of things. So first of all, do you agree with regulating it? And how regulated do you think it should be? Just go ahead while we discuss.
I'm not sure I want, because what is the level of regulations that we're talking about?
Give us your thought, give us your idea.
That is where, yes, I know that certain people will say things and will wish that these people are caught, but there are also other people who probably will want to report some things anonymously. And if we start putting certain regulations to play, we'll lose those voices, So for me, we already have laws that criminalize or penalize cyber bullying, defamation, and all those stuff. I think there are those laws. Now it is implementation, enforcing those laws are what we should be looking at. You understand? And I think that is where the job of the police should come in. If I think somebody has defamed me and I'm reaching out to the police, it's the job of the police to look for the person. You understand? Because I'm not really I don't like the use of the word regulating the social media.
But TV is regulated, radio is regulated, so what's the difference?
The difference is we are not all on TV. We are more on social media.
And that's more reason why we should,
No, I think because we need diverse opinions to be able to, there are times I've had opinions on certain issues and another person presents a different angle to those opinions. And I just see, I think from the angle it's coming from, this is actually better. But regulation can deprive us of that.
Okay. Akapi, what do you think?
But I think I'd rather prefer, if we're not using regulation, we should seriously criminalize people who, first of all, people who peddle fake. Like the difference between TV, radio, social media is that for radio, we somewhat take whatever the presenter says. The presenter comes with the fact. In Kaduna today, 100 people were killed. And then we say, it was said, because we have believed already that this media house is professional, it's regulated. We don't have any reason to doubt if the information is true or false. So we can easily quote and say, according to social station, they said 100. So it's a different thing with radio. But social media, anybody is a journalist. I can just come from Benin. But sometimes, the person who is on ground has more facts than the radio station and the TV. Because they were on ground. Sometimes the TV has to manage what they are reporting so as to douse tension.
That can be like a double-edged sword sometimes.
So yes, so sometimes, I want to tell you why when you say TV and radio is regulated, because this is an organized media.
Okay.
So they don't just report for the sake of reporting. Sometimes they read the room. Do you understand? They know that if they report right now that 100 people were killed in Kaduna, or 100 people were killed in Kwara, 100 people, there's going to be serious tension. And so sometimes the media tries to manage it and say few killed. The media is not denying that somebody died. But the difference with social media is that this person that went on ground can capture without any, what's this word?
No filter.
No, not filter. Filter is not the word.
Discretion.
Yes, without any viewer's discretion, they just give you the exact figure.
But sometimes that could agitate the public.
So we're saying the same thing. That's why I said, I think the only time the only thing I would want is that social media is social media. Sometimes you can't control social media. I'll give you a typical example. The thing that happened at the airport with the bomb air and the girl. There were videos flying around from different angles. There was no video that came from the page of the airline.
I like that you mentioned this.
Originally, no video, there was absolutely no video that came from the main page of that airline. Not even any of the airline staff posted any video on that issue. But you could see that people were taking videos from different angles. Right? If there were no social media, we will see only what the airline wants us to see. They are the ones that are going to give us the video of what happened. But because there's social media, you have your own video, he has his own video, I have my own video. By the time all these videos are flying around, we will see what has happened.
We were able to come to a conclusion that was different from the narrative that the airline
that was originally sold. So I think the regulation should be, like he said, penalize anybody that peddles fake or unverified news or information.
All right, gentlemen, let's continue. Yeah.
Before you continue, it seems like they are not playing this game. Nobody is winning.
No, we are almost getting there.
Just
Who
make
they
sure
play,
you watch
you,
the cards, that they are not swapping the cards. But one question I'd like them to answer.
Card.
Pick two.
Hi.
General market.
You're going twice.
Continue.
Hi.
Do you have any of the box? Yeah, Kairi, you're going to say something.
Yeah.
But go ahead, gentlemen. I'll prompt you when it's time to pause it.
Pick three. Pick and
Listen
quick.
now, let him pick it.
At the hurry. Continue.
Now only pick three.
Don't
you
worry,
get.
Last card.
No, you can go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, one question I'd like to ask, and I'm sure a lot of our listeners would like to know is...
I want star.
Who did each of you vote for in 2023?
Triangle.
Okay, in 2023, boldly I voted for Peter Obi. Proudly obedient.
Who did you vote for, Sheila?
They know now.
They don't know.
Una don't know who I vote for. Una don't know.
Talk
now. Jagabana. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR.
You want triangle? Akapi wants. Okay.
Pick two, last card. Pick two, check up.
No,
no, you can't check up. It's
where you go?
Come.
No, we didn't put that rule that you can't check up with pick two.
You can't
check up with pick two.
No, we
but
didn't
it's okay.
put the rule.
Bring your question.
I don't win. I don't agree.
You don't agree. No. I'm the umpire here. But he asked a question.
Statesmanship.
They've answered one of it. I mean, the other one is that when you look at Nigeria, from your honest opinion and your knowledge of the nation, is Nigeria getting any better? Let's start with Akapi.
No, I don't think so.
Please go to the markets.
I think Nigeria is getting better.
Why? Okay, let's start with why do you say it's not getting better?
It's right in front of you. Yeah, because, I like, one of the amazing things that people in government know how to do is give us statistics. If you Google right now, if Nigeria launched Nigeria Airways under Buhari era, you see that Nigeria launched Nigeria Airways. But did we? No. But somebody from Buhari's government can quote you to it and say, Buhari launched Nigeria Airways. Google am. I don't play statistics politics. Reality is right in front of me. I know that the government has come up with a lot of policies on paper. There's what the book says, and there's what reality is saying. They are two different things.
Okay.
The book can say this. We can all go to the book and say, according to the books. Like, for instance, between me and you, I saw recently on the news that the president has disbursed, I don't have the actual figure now, billions of naira to over 500 and something students as per the student loan. Right? I saw it on paper. So I asked a few students. I'm not saying it would have gotten to everybody, but if you are in that community and it has not gotten to you, you should know somebody else that it has gotten to.
It's over. It's
right? Because that's your community.
We'll settle down now.
So one of the students said, nobody said they never give some people, as in here. As in here. You don't see and say you never see. But as in here, say they disburse, say, but you guys know person, we know person. You get the way they take the, of course, we know say that in a normal Nigeria. If that one, if you know be president for to, president, if you don't lay and down, say as he go build. But Nigeria now, before you now break down power to power to power to power, you have to know this person, to know this person, to know this person. And sometimes when you look at the stress to know this person and know this person and know this person, you go say sort of like that, no go school. Do you understand? So on paper, there's policy to say student loan is available.
Are you trying to say that some people
is that the reality
are
on
not
ground?
Get this? So what are you driving at now? Are you saying that it's not factual that student loan disbursements are happening?
No,
it's not factual
at all. They need to show the way they take on show us. The way they came out to say they have disbursed 1 billion something. We go see them now. We be man-made God.
Okay, I'll ask for your opinion now. But when you're done, I will have another question for you. But go ahead and react to this.
For example, the student loan, it has been disbursed to over 500,000 students. There are videos. There are videos of students.
Have you seen any?
Yes.
Okay.
I have my nieces and nephews who are beneficiaries. Yes.
Okay.
I have nieces and nephews who are beneficiaries. And again, just today, because there was a delay in the stipend that are given to some of the students.
Sorry to pause you. We're going to have another round of this, but we'll make it very snappy.
So you just share 3. The disbursement of the 20,000 naira stipend that is being given to students was delayed. And some of the students have come online to say that instead of 12 months that they've only gotten for 8 months. You see, but if the delay hadn't happened, those students wouldn't have spoken up about receiving the student loan. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Some of them are complaining right now that they have not gotten the stipend. If you are not a beneficiary, you won't be talking about the stipend.
So, which students? Sorry, I want to. Which students particularly?
Students. If they bring
university students?
Yes, university students.
Do we have university students here?
No. These are secondary school students.
We only have students of Olisha. Someone has a hand.
If you bring my phone, I'll show you the tweet.
No, I don't work with tweets, please. I don't. That's why I said I don't like online facts. I'm dealing with reality.
No. This is what I'm saying. This is what because if we say we don't work with tweets, you understand me? Now this person has been receiving the stipend. The person never tweeted about it. He's been receiving the student loan. He never tweeted about it. But now that the stipend was delayed, the person has come out to say that instead of 12 months, I've only received for 8 months.
Okay, let me pause you there.
We wouldn't have known that person received.
Let me pause you there. Please take your cards, gentlemen, and let's continue.
And then if you go to NELFund's site, they released, and it's there. The schools, the amount that have been paid to the schools are released. The letters about the amount that have been paid to the schools are released. You understand? So if
the reason
concentrate, Sheilo, concentrate.
If those funds have not been released, the schools would have told us that they are not receiving it because it's part of the school fees of the students.
You said your nieces or your nephew were beneficiaries of this. Did they tell you how they went about it? Maybe people who are listening, because we're streaming live right now, and a lot of people are listening to this conversation. How did they go about it? Did they brief you on how they went about it?
They just fill the form online.
Do you have details?
They just fill the form. I don't have details now. They just fill the form online. You don't even need to know anybody to get the student loan.
Do you want to tell us how much in range that they got?
Because school fees were increased, some for their schools, and I think schools also took advantage of it. Because recently there was this news that came outside. Some students said their school fees was 120,000 or thereabout, and that the amount that schools were quoting for the student loan was about 150.
Who's playing next?
Acapella is playing next.
No.
Who's playing
next?
next?
I played the.
I went to the market.
Oh,
So
you
you
went to the
market
market
already, yeah, so-
I need circle.
Yeah.
Last card. My
Yeah.
brother, go markets.
Hold on.
Check up.
Is that another two?
No. That's a fair
All
game.
right.
Well, the
you-
first
you
one is
know-
contestable, Abi.
Yes, I think this man wants to say something about
No,
the
but
student
even
loan.
before I get to the student loan, I can say factually, my listeners have called and sent WhatsApp messages to complain that one of them, I think, said this year, and this was around June or July, that the child had only got for 2 months, and that
That's
they had
the
not been-
stipend.
the stipend.
That means the person is a
Yeah,
beneficiary of the student
And
loan.
another one actually said that they later heard that the government had paid for the school fee, has paid the school fees. However, they had already gone ahead to pay the school fees. They are now receiving the stipend, and they are not getting the school fee back from the school that they've paid. And they were called in to ask me, what can you do for us to help us reach out to government? We've tried, we've made some calls, we didn't really know who to speak to, nobody really gave me a headway. So these are some of the challenges with that fund. But it's beautiful that both of you are here and speaking on different sides, from different angles, and both of you are speaking from a view that we want Nigeria to be better. And that is part of the
Exactly.
message we want to send.
Exactly.
You know,
For those people who have paid school fees before they apply for student loan.
No, they applied.
They applied.
The school, they didn't get any news that the student loan had been approved. So they went ahead and paid the school fees.
And then the school is
and
not
then
refunding.
the school, now they now heard later that the
It
loan
has been approved.
They heard.
No, the school, said it has been approved, but the school is not
But the
refunding.
issue, is it an issue from the school or from
Now,
who
this is
exactly?
an issue.
Those are
That
the
is an issue for
complexities in the-
that is an issue from the school, and this is what I do. Listening to this, I use my proximity to people in government to ask questions. And what I just heard, trust me, the man in charge of the student loan will hear about it.
All right. So I can't remember your name. 2 people reached out to me, and I know you're listening right now. Do send a WhatsApp message tomorrow morning on the show. We will forward that and follow up with Sheilo
Exactly.
to get your school fees back. Because you said you've paid, but you also know that the loan has been approved. Because if you don't get your school fees back, you're still going to pay for that loan. Because it's
Exactly.
already in your name. So please reach out to me tomorrow morning on the early edition, and we will follow up. You know, we tell you at Lagos Talks, we don't just talk, we try to get results. All right.
Sorry, before you say something, sorry. You know, I had a friend who was paying school fees for a nephew. And the nephew had applied for student loan that has been approved and was still collecting money from my friend. There are students who also do that. So sometimes when people don't believe that certain things work, it is not because they don't want to believe. It is the problem that is in between the policies and the implementation. Now, this is a problem with the school, and like that of my friend, is a problem with the beneficiary. You see? So we must learn to be, as much as we can, let's be truthful as Nigerians. Let's even pray for things to work. You understand? And let's try to walk the talk.
Okay.
You know? And trust me, I'll be involved in this.
Okay, so I have one last question.
Okay.
Okay, you.
Sorry.
Okay,
My
but hold on a
question-
second. Sorry to pause you. You ask a question very soon. But a very popular conversation, over 20.4 billion has been raised right now for the First Lady's project. She says it's a dear project to her heart, right? But it's for what? It's for the National Library. Generally, what's your opinion about this? The whole idea of, raising funds for what she sees as a dear thing to her heart, which is to build a National Library. What was your first impression when that news came up, Mr. Shea?
You see, as much as I support this government, Mr. President, there are certain things that I would disagree with, and I will say it. You understand? While it is noble for the First Lady to want to build the National Library, raising funds for it, I don't think raising funds for it through the public, I don't think it gives the right, what is the word to use now? The right optics, yeah. I don't think it gives the right optics. Based on, see, there is a distrust between the politicians and the people. And so we must learn to do certain things that we bridge that gap, that we bridge the gap of that broken trust. And so when you come outside to do this, it kind of gives an optics of, I won't collect my own.
But have you used your platform to speak about this? Because I know you're very vocal on social media, and you do basketballs a lot. We see you.
Yes.
But have you used your platform to speak on this matter?
No, I haven't spoken on this, and the reason is because I'm actually preparing for my show. I have a show on Sunday.
That's a nice plug, anyway.
I have a show that is coming on Sunday. And I've been overwhelmed.
Please write the invoice for this.
No, Lagos Stock is already supporting me.
No, you're doing extra.
So because of that, I've been quite busy. Yeah. In fact, if you see my activity on social media, you'll see that it's reduced, because I have to go make preparation and all this stuff. But I think I should say something about it.
Are you going to say something about it?
And I will.
We're going to follow through with you.
I will.
Okay.
I will.
Okay.
I don't think it gives the right optics. That is my personal opinion. Okay. I don't think it does. You understand? Because even when government is doing well, the people already...
But ideally, taxpayers' money is meant to be what you use to build something like a national library.
Yes.
So the money meant for that now,
that's what I'm saying.
What happens to that?
That's what... One, it might not have been budgeted for in this last budget. No, anyway. It might not have been budgeted for in the last budget. So, do you understand? So, if it's not have been budgeted for and she decided to do it as her own initiative, good initiative, but at this time, what optics does it give? You understand? Okay. I'm not saying it is wrong. I am saying that the optics now.
Okay, let me get you straight now. You don't think it's wrong for her to take up that responsibility to choose to rebuild the library with public funds that have been donated?
No, I don't think it is wrong. People can come in. For example, FROSC Celebrity Special Marshal.
Okay.
I'm also just yesterday unveiled as the ambassador to LASEMA. You understand? This is my own. I chose it as my own corporate social responsibility to propagate the efforts of LASEMA.
Okay.
I'm not being paid. I decided it was something. After I saw the incident that happened, the building that got burnt in Lagos Island, there is a way I felt about it, and I just felt there is not enough sensitization for people to know the work that LASEMA is doing. And maybe if we also join them to help, we can put more voice out there about LASEMA. People can use the telephone numbers that have been provided. It is toll free. So I wanted to use my voice to support them, and I reached out and they agreed to it. You understand? That is what I do. You understand? I shouldn't just support the government and just back out.
Okay, all right, thank you. Acapella, you heard about the story, and right now it's gotten to a staggering 20.4 billion. First off, when you heard the report or the news, what came to mind?
It was funny to me. I felt like, I might agree that it might probably not be in the budget of this, but I felt like if you're the wife of the president and you so desire a national library so much, the husband has been renovating everything and naming it after himself. He's the president of a nation. If a national library is something you desire so much, because it's not a waste, it's something that's amazing. It's something that you can put forward. You are not implementing, you are just the wife of the president, and a suggestion now. Something that you can put forward to the president of the nation and explain probably how the importance of a national library will be for us. That is something that you will love. Your president, in turn, will now put up for the next budget and submit to the National Assembly. So that you can now build something and name after Bola Ahmed Tinubu National Library. When you come out to raise, I feel like, my own opinion, I feel like it's election next 2 years, Baba. When the wife of the president does a thing like this, I feel like she knows her target audience. It's not me now. Let's be sincere. 20-point-something billion, I can assure you. That's why there's no outrage anywhere. It's not literally the day-to-day Nigerian that donated it. That's why nobody they vex.
But have you
they know the target audience.
Have you used your platform to speak your mind?
Oh yes, I spoke.
Now?
It's out there. I responded to her original post.
Okay.
It's there on my Twitter page.
All right. Yeah. All right. Let's take questions now. There was a gentleman over there.
Okay.
You can go ahead. Your name. You can go ahead.
Thank you. My name is AY. I just want to buttress what Sheila said concerning the NEL fund. I have a street brother called Wale. Last year, I remember when I saw that post on NEL fund, I sent him the information. Then after applying this year, around January or February, he called me that his name was out on the list. So he's one of the beneficiaries of that NEL fund. That's a fact. But however, that one on the first side. But on the other side, talking about the president and the policies, in reality, they should walk the talk. We are talking about policy, but in reality, what Nigerians are facing is not really encouraging. You're saying that, okay, we have reduced this, we have done this, we have done that. But in the lives of average Nigerians, we are not really feeling it. So I think they can work on that. Thank you.
No, see,
Can I say something while we're waiting? Okay.
We'll get everything together and then we'll...
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Like most of the conversations here today, just like what we'll be having on Lagos Talks, has always been about nation building and making our nation better. Now, Sheila, you spoke about LASEMA and your role on brand ambassadorship.
Yes.
Now, talking about that Afrima building, I'm an architect. I still find my head ringing around that building. How can you have an accident in a high-rise building? Fire that didn't take over the entire building and people are jumping from up down. There should be an emergency exit, just like this building, what we have here. Is it that people staying in that building are not taking true safety procedures, or they don't have exit building or exit staircase? Please, we need questions in this regard. Please help us ask them.
No, I have the answers to that.
Okay. I have other things. Then on NetPhone, I think it was OAU or UHI that did a publication recently that some students applied but are not following up.
Please. 30 seconds, please. Wrap it up.
Okay, they are not following up, and as a result of that, they are trying to debar other students from being a beneficiary of the fund. So they told them that if they don't meet up a particular deadline, they will forward a list of others that have met the requirement. Then on National Library, I believe the library is dear to the senator, our first lady's heart. No, when she was a senator, she was from Lagos Central, where we have the National Library in Lagos. Maybe she's trying to replicate that at the.
Sorry, but I didn't get your this thing on the OAU. You say OAU said
they did
what?
the publication. It was in papers that
Yeah.
some students applied, but they didn't submit some of the requirements.
Okay,
the
okay, now I get
So
it
as a
clear,
result,
okay.
they are hindering the school from submitting the list of the entire students to.
Oh, okay,
the
I
fund.
get you now.
So
Yeah.
they now
All
give
right.
a deadline. If you don't meet these
Thank you.
dates, they will
They'll
forward
submit the
further.
ones
Thank
that
you.
okay
All right.
qualified.
I
This
hope you're
man,
taking note of their submissions here.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question goes to, or whatever my point goes to Sherry Lawson. I can see you're an ardent supporter of this regime. But I just want to ask you something. This regime has stayed 2 years, right? And then, of course, the last regime that has stayed 8 years, and of course, people were really complaining. To you, would you say that things are better now, progressively now, than what we had before? Can you boldly say that we are in a better position now? Because I know as a lay person, it has never been this bad for me before. Personally, I know. So maybe I could say for other Nigerians, but it has never been this before. So what is the way forward?
Okay, thank you.
All
right. So
this man,
We took the first three. We'll come back because we still have Charles Sanazodo. We have
Okay,
Gbadebo
yeah, and,
Revival.
Mr. Diarra.
And there's, yeah, so all that. And we know both of you. We've kept you waiting so long, Sheila. Thank you so much for staying with us. And we know a cappella also
There is LASMA in Chevron.
Eh?
There is LASMA
But do you
in
see the,
Jakonde.
do you,
There
is
is
it
LASMA
correct?
in Chevron.
Is it correct that
Hold
every
on, hold on,
spot,
hold
every
on.
traffic light spot,
Yeah.
we're all here now, every traffic light spot that you get to now, from Lekki Phase 1 traffic light spot, I'm not kidding you, you will see that the people directing traffic, quote me, are the children from the beach.
No, acapella, I don't
They
agree
just
to
bounce
that.
on your car.
No.
Okay,
They
hold on,
bounce
hold
on
on,
your car.
hold on. 1 second, 1 second.
Jakonde,
Mr. Shea.
Ikate, Chevron.
If you get to Jakonde, it's
there
the same
is
boys.
LASMA.
If you get to Ikate, it's the same boys.
So we want to do like a parliament kind of thing now. I'm going to do I and nay now. For those who are familiar with the island and Lekki, if you think that what Akapi is saying is true, say hi. If you think otherwise, say nay.
It's the
What
reality,
is your eyes
bro.
having?
It's there.
No. Okay, let's ask. If you drive on the Lekki Ekpe Expressway,
Okay.
and you see LASMA people at work, say I. They are there.
If you think otherwise,
If you think they are not there, say nay.
All right, we can
agree to disagree.
We can,
We
okay,
can
you know,
we can
the
agree
bottom
to
line is
disagree.
that I think the summary of it all is that all
This man wants to
acapella-
say something.
All acapella is saying is that we don't have enough. So let's summarize it that way.
Okay.
That's what
That
you're
we
saying,
don't have
acapella.
enough.
Acapella is
Or
saying
are you
something.
saying they are not there at all?
Okay.
Acapella, reiterate what you were saying.
The LASMA question.
Okay.
Yes, you see that building has an exit point and it has an exit staircase. But it was panic that made people jump. And this was one of the things that motivated me to say, let me speak with LASMA. That we will do videos. I will be calling on corporate organizations to train people in Nigerians. One, aside from the fact that we've stayed together.
You know, people don't know say me and Shay. As we argue, we live together for 4 years. Oh. Just so you know, eh?
Do you understand?
I thought they've given the final words already. They should just
Acapella.
stand up and
So,
let
don't
something.
worry.
So it's left with acapella.
Yeah, okay,
Sheilo
acapella,
is
right?
done.
Acapella.
Yes,
Sheilo has
Sheilo
gone
is
beyond
done.
our time.
You've
You've gone beyond your
actually
time.
done too.
Acapella,
because,
in just 30 seconds.
Wait, now I won't talk for 30 seconds.
Just
Good night
talk
now.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, please shake hands again. Thank you so much for being. Yes,
Again.
now.
And, and please,
Thank you very much.
before you go up the stage, I'd like to call on my general manager to join me. And if the group head of marketing, Olamide Ali Balogun, is here, please join.
Want to see mental? I don't give them back to sender. Why no? Soldier, policeman, many men in my convoy. The boy know they take Jesus.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, remember I won a cappella in the World Games. Because I go tweet about that.
Nah, Ricky, you know the APC.
Son of the soil, a Lagosian, someone who is making inroads and speaking the words that a lot of youth vibe with and vibe to. And he's going to join us on stage. And we'll bring back Kola Wole, because the man we're bringing on stage is an expert at chess. I heard that, what's his name again? Tunde Onokoya, right? Yeah, Tunde Onokoya, whenever he sees him, runs away. skills as well, but let's see how that goes. Let's get the chess game. Let's set the chess game right here, right now. And we'll bring you the chessboard and you play the game.
And you have to correct that. I didn't say I'm an expert. I said I want to play chess.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So you don't exaggerate that you're an expert.
No.
So that means even without have much knowledge of chess, I could still outdo you.
Try it.
Anyway, so while we get that going, Olaoluwa is here, the host of the Midday Show. Let's get the show started. Then we'll bring you the board game, and we will continue the show. Olaoluwa, over to you. Kolaole, you are not a moderator here. You are just a chess player.
And I'm not a professional, right? So just...
Well,
he might trash me.
Are you scared already?
But I might also whip him real hard. So.
And that's fine.
And I think the reason Olaoluwa, you know, Gbadebo Roseviver is wearing white, and Kolaole is wearing black.
So it's good for some
and
evil.
White, well, I never said that. I never said you were good or evil. I'm only saying you're wearing white and black. And let's welcome Joseph Faulkner as we get, while Gbadebo is getting ready. Put your hands together for Joseph Faulkner. Yes. I saw some people smile now. Faulkner. Okay, Joseph Faulkner. All right.
So on behalf of Lagos Talks and board and conversation, we present to you this plaque. Don't worry, we don't need to open now. So that we don't want to show whether a golden plaque or a silver plaque. It's just a plaque at the end of it. Well, thank you very much for honoring us today. Please, a round of applause for Seyi Law. And to the Dollar Mirix man, thank you for honoring us with your presence today.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Thank you.
By election, Doris, she won't carry our candidate now.
So let's get ready for another round of games, chess. It's coming up right now. Gbadebo Roseviver, they're setting the pieces, and let's see who will smile, let's see who will cry at the end of the day. And I hope that after Gbadebo whips Kolaole, there will not be there will not be any need for Kolaole to decamp. All right, let's get the show started.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our game of chess. As you know it, we'll be playing the game and we'll be having light conversations. I don't know why Oluwakayode made it like it's going to be one very big political conversation, but I mean, we're going to try our best. But I am Olaoluwa Awe, the news lady, and to my left is Gbadebo Roseviver, and to my right is Kolaole. So how many of us do not understand how chess works? I just want to, if you do not understand how chess works, okay. So we have a sizable number of us. So before we start the game, we're just going to have Kolaole, take us through how this works. I believe the camera will be focused on the game. So we understand, I want everyone to be carried along so we understand how this works. Then we're going to start playing the game. So, Kola.
I mean, it's just a game of strategy, as some of us would know. And I mean, there are quite a number of pieces. There's the pawn piece, the ones in front, the pawns in front. And then we have the bishop that has a peculiar movement. It can move an infinite number of steps in an X or Y axis. I don't know if you get the drill. It can go this way in a cross movement. Then we have the knight that can move in an L, L movement. Like, for example, this piece here, if you have the camera showing this, can move L this way, or one step to one direction and two steps to the other direction, just an L movement, basically. Then we have the bishop that can move diagonally and infinitely. So we have that happening for the bishop. There is the queen, which is the most powerful piece on the chessboard that can move diagonally, cross, and what have you. It's the most powerful piece, can move anyhow on the board. We have the king, also very important, but also very vulnerable. It can only move one step in any direction, and it's under the risk of being checked by any piece on the board. Checking means in a situation where the king's current position is compromised and it cannot but move to where it's no longer under threat. So in that case, the player has to find a way to escape from that check. A checkmate, on the other hand, means there's nowhere to move or run to him anymore. So that's checkmate. So we have the other bishop, we have the knight, and we have the rook from the other end. There are other nuances to it and there are other details, but we can't waste time on that. I think you agree with
Perfect.
that? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, nothing to add, nothing
No.
to subtract. And so before we go ahead with this, I know that a number of people believe that chess game is a very strategic game. And I just want to hear from you. Why do you think that is so?
I play chess to just relax.
Ooh.
Right? It's a hobby of mine. And I like the fact that, like politics, different people have different strengths. And these strengths can be manifested at different times. And it's also about organizing and planning steps ahead and thinking ahead, anticipating what your opponent might do. So it's very good mental exercise, right? So I find it very enjoyable.
I hear it's a game for geniuses, but since you just play it for fun, yeah, that says something. But then, just for the benefit of those who are not very familiar with this chess game, how do you know who wins, who loses, and all of that?
I think you explained it. When the king is checked and there's nowhere else for him to move and you've captured your opponent's king, then the game is over. So unfortunately, normally we're supposed to have a timer because we don't have a lot of time, right? So we'll just try and play as fast as possible, you know. But normally you're supposed to have a timer so everybody has less than a minute to make a move.
All right, let us just maximize everything we have at our disposal right now. And welcome to the game of chess. Once again, Mr. Gbadebo Viber and Kola Oli. Let us start. Let's start. I think we should start from here.
Okay, so let Mr. Gbadebo play first.
Oh, okay.
I never knew chess could be this difficult, but I can see some people muttering and praying, Father, not put me to shame. Do not put me to shame. I must win.
So I also understand that one thing that makes the game of chess very strategic is that you literally need to plan your moves ahead. For every move you're making, you are anticipating the opponent's move as well. And I mean, that is one thing that I know that people do in politics as well. So, I mean, people also say things like when you play a game of chess with someone, it helps you to read the person. You know, some people even say that understanding who the person is to an extent, you know, what they like, what they do not like, it helps you to anticipate the move that they will make. So maybe at the end of this game, we're going to find out what you know about Kola Oli and when Kola Oli has found out about you. But Speaking about how close this is to politics, in politics, how important is it for you to be able to anticipate the move of your opponent?
Unfortunately, the type of politics we play in Nigeria, the moves that you have to anticipate are very, very different. Right? So, in a sane society, your strategy will be about my campaign, my vision, your manifesto, when you want to put a press release out, where you're going to go and campaign and all of that. But in Nigeria, you're thinking about security for your people that want to just regular citizens that want to vote. You are thinking about people telling lies about you and saying all sorts of nonsense about you that hold no weight in reality, and how you tackle that. You're dealing with people and a game that the truth does not matter, and it's about distractions. And distractions that are supposed to set people against each other so they don't actually engage with the realities of their lives, right? Which no politician has to tell you about. You know how much you're paying for fuel. You know how much you're paying for electricity. You read when they said the refineries are going to start working. You also read when they said they've abandoned the refineries. So, yeah, I think it's a different kind of situation, and it's not a very evolved political space.
Are you saying that in the Nigerian political space, it's a bit difficult to, predict the move of your opponent, so to say, or to play opposition, so to say?
I won't say that. I think when you have been in the space long enough and consistent enough, it's very easy to predict the move of people that don't really have much to offer. Because if you don't have a vision, you sell division. So that is easily predicted. And it's the same template that is used again and again and again. Unfortunately, it just increases in desperation. So you might see violence might have happened in 2019 in 2 local governments, and then see that it has expanded to the whole of Lagos in 2023.
Check. Is this how intensely you look when you're reading the mood of the opposition? GRB.
Yeah, getting me to be thinking about APC and playing it. That's not easy at all. But it's good.
It is, right?
There are people that can play 10 games at the same time.
Wow.
Okay. What's the maximum of games you've played at once?
No, just this.
Just once.
One at a time.
Relaxation.
Is it really relaxation for you? I think it's stressful, actually.
No, it's relaxing.
So it's like working out mentally. So you're going to the gym,
yes,
which is not relaxing, right? So when you're done at the gym, you feel relaxed. That is it for me.
But would you like to tell us what you're thinking about right now? I mean, what is running through your mind as you are trying to make your move?
We should have lifelines, right?
Why?
This silence actually reminds me of how Nigerians look on when politicians are planning. When APC says something, yes, they are right. And somebody that is saying APC is right today, tomorrow says, yes, PDP is right. And yes, Labour Party is right. But they are there strategizing, because almost every politician right now is strategizing towards 2027. And we are looking on and enjoying the game.
So are you saying this is what it looks like?
Well, we're recreating what it looks like. Because no politician will make a move except they are sure about it.
I don't know if that is true. When I was in the PDP and, we came to an agreement and that agreement was defaulted, I cannot tell you that I knew for certain that Labour Party would become what it became. Sometimes you have to take a chance.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to go with what you feel and what you sense before people can feel or sense it, and just have faith in that journey. So when people talk about politics and feel that they must have everything figured out, or you must know this person or know that person, or have the amount of money that people talk about, I don't. My life is a testimony completely against that, right? I move because I believe that I have the onus to make a difference. I believe I have the capacity to make a difference. And I just tried, like chess, just take the best step you can take at each point in time. There's sometimes where you can see a bigger play, and you have the capacity for a bigger play, and you make it. But sometimes you just make the best move you can make at any point in time.
And then there's sacrifice as well. Sometimes you've made a move, and you hope that the opposition hasn't figured you out. So you're hoping that you could get away with that. And it happens in real life, We all make mistakes. No one is perfect. So sometimes you make a move and you just hope you don't pay dearly for it.
There are two things I take away from what Kola Ole is saying. First of all, I think I made a mistake telling him that he's not here as a journalist, because suddenly he's giving us political advice. I just wonder who he is between that. I mean, you're a bloody journalist, man.
He's giving us life advice.
Life advice,
More
not
like
political.
life.
We're trying to tell, we're trying to get people to, chess can be easy, sometimes it can be very tedious, right? If you're playing with someone who is like a grandmaster. Like my brother is a grandmaster. Yeah, he's a grandmaster, but he's not a very public person, So he's the one who, of course, inspired me to have some interest in chess. And I like the fact that you said it's mental workout. You're just trying to work out your brain, because the brain is like a muscle. If you leave it fallow, you're gonna pay dearly for it. So it helps you actually. You think ahead of things, 2-3 steps ahead. And you make sacrifices when you have to, because life is about the sacrifices that you can make, the things that you can pay for the immediate, for the future, for the midterm. There's a lot of things happening at the same time.
Wow.
You said something about movement now, GRV.
Sorry, who's playing?
You.
Okay.
So you said something about movement. This is something that we see in the game of chess. But this is also something we see in Nigeria's political scene. And, we've seen you move a number of times. Just now you talked about how some movements are done in faith. Is that what you had in mind? Or, was that also what necessitated your movement now from the, to the ADC, so to say? Because we know that is very recent.
Yes. That's a short answer and very, very to the point. Yes. Because you see a situation where the Labour Party has been bedeviled with a number of issues that unfortunately were supposed to be solved politically but has not been done. And there was a Supreme Court judgment that came out that only even confused things the more. And up till now, INEC is yet to take a stand on that judgment, and we're now in October. Primaries are going to happen between March and April next year. Campaigns will start. So if a party has not figured itself out at this point as to who are the leaders of that party, and the leadership is still in question, it's a very, very big problem. It's not a solid platform to launch off on.
And there are people who believe that great parties are made. They believe that, as a flag bearer of a party at one point in time, they expect that, you should be able to help put the party in order. you should, I mean, some people believe that there are other parties who they've had their issues, but we've had people who have been able to, one way or the other, unite the party in times of crisis. You know, what is your take about when it comes to that? I mean, like is this something that is very important, especially when election is 1 year, 2 years ahead? How important is that to you, building a party?
I think it's extremely important. But you know, you don't build a party in a vacuum, right? People must also be of the same like mind. They must have, you know, that one mind to actually make that happen, right? So you have a situation where if there's no oneness of purpose, you just find you're expending a lot of energy without moving forward, right? And when you're trying to face the kind of political situation that we currently have, you must maximize, you know, your opportunity, in the sense that you need a coalition. You need a strong, formidable coalition. I mean, I just wanted to declare, just for all my followers to come and do an affirmation. I had thugs come and just destroy the entire place, hurt so many people, beat so many people. And this is despite actually setting up 4 different halls. We're planning till the last minute. People did not even know where they were coming to, and they still did that. Now imagine you're dealing with that kind of thing, and then you're also dealing with uncertainty in the political party. You know, there's only too much that I can handle. Like, for instance, I'm having an engaged conversation with you, I'm playing chess.
Oh, that's a silent way to say, you know what, let me focus. All right, okay. And I'm just
He's under pressure, actually. So.
Yeah. I see, just knocked them off one. How do you call that? You know, in other games that are more local, you call it, I don't chop them. You don't
chop them, actually, but...
Yeah. Is it chop them you call it in chess?
It's too early.
So in chess, it's not about who chops what. It's about who checkmate who. So I might have even more pieces than him, and he could checkmate me. So it's not the way you think it is.
So it's about the end game.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's about the end game.
So chess is not... That means chess cannot be that interesting, because when you're playing checkers, for example, you allow the person plot, or you plot, and it just gets to a point, you pick one seed and go, I chop him, 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 and you end the game. You know, that's it. But just like chess, I've heard you say a lot that chess is like politics. Can you rig in chess?
No.
You can't.
What do you want to
do that?
What a question.
No, I just wanted to know. You know, and the way this game is going, maybe when you're a bit more settled, I like Gbadebo Rodvival to answer this question. I've asked this question on air a couple of times, and the question is simply, can one get involved in Nigerian politics without decamping? Can you have a politician in Nigeria who practiced politics 10 years, 15 years without decamping? Because I remember when I first interviewed Gbadebo Rodvival, GRV, around 2021 or so, it was on the political artistry then. And we spoke about him. I think he had left COA party. It's COA, right? It was COA then?
Yes.
Yeah. He had left COA party. I'm not sure if he had joined the PDP then or not. He joined the PDP. What happened? He had to leave to the Labour Party, and now Labour Party is with the ADC. And Gbadebo Rodvival, with all that he says and the way he presents himself, tries not to be like the typical Nigerian politician. Yet, he's decamped. So is it possible to do politics in Nigeria? If you also
I think you always have to clarify this concept of decamping.
Okay.
Decamping is usually a person abandoning a base that gave them victory for a base that only serves themselves. So if you cannot beat them, join them. You understand? So like, for instance, you see what happened in Edo State, you see what happened in Cross River. The people decided that this was where they wanted to go. They got their representative in. Maybe EFCC charges, I don't know what pressure they put on him. Now he has moved to the camp that the party, right, rejected, right? So you now have a situation where It's about their own selfish interests. Now, as much as I've moved, it has been consistently against the APC and the ruling party, right? So there's consistency in that. Do you understand? So it's not so much about, because at the end of the day, what is the benefit to the movement?
And that's the question we're asking politicians, because...
No. I can tell you now.
Yeah, it's to get power.
No. What is the benefit? If I joined APC now, I
Yes.
know what the benefit is, right? Most people would agree. If you join the ruling party, even if you are a sinner, your sins are forgiven. There's some benefit to it. So what is the benefit of going from one opposition party to another opposition party to another opposition
Now,
party?
okay, the reason we've seen or heard politicians say that, because we've seen and heard politicians move from one opposition to the other opposition. There are people, at least up until maybe 2015, who had never been with the ruling party. They've been playing around the opposition party. And the ultimate is get into office. Now, the reason I ask that question is because a lot of times you've seen people who, even within the APC, right now, because they are ruling party, but back then when they were in the PDP, people within the PDP who felt they could not maximize all what they wanted there, and they left the ruling party to an opposition party, and they contested maybe a local government election or something, and they won. So that's what we're saying. If they feel that they were stressed...
To ask somebody else questions. I can't keep up with this.
I told you.
Yeah.
It's
Wow.
getting serious, yeah.
It is getting serious.
It is. And
I mean, but you said something about, I mean, we spoke about chess earlier on, and we're trying to do some metaphor for how the game applies to politics. You've moved to the ADC now. Do you think there is a chance that that could be a blunder? Because in chess you have blunder moves. Do you see that? Do you think that could be a blunder on the long run?
like I said, in chess also, sometimes you take the best step you can take at any point in time. Right? And also, you must constantly, and the idea is it's a coalition, right? The success of a coalition is for the entire opposition to come together, right? And in achieving that, you've achieved success. So that we're in the ADC today does not mean that everybody might not come together and coalesce on another platform, or other platforms will not come in here. The idea is, in 2027, we want one united opposition because we don't want to divide votes as we did in 2023.
I'm just
and
wondering.
Speaking of political parties, I would also want to throw this question in. We have a number of political parties in Nigeria, and as we've mentioned, you have experienced a number of them as well. Do you really think that political parties in Nigeria run by ideologies? Ideologies to actually really develop the country, or as believed by a number of Nigerians, do you really think largely a number of people who move in and out of political parties are just there for their personal interests or power, so to say?
Every party has an ideology on paper. It is for the people to manifest, to bring that ideology to life. And you see that there was serious ideology back then with the Chief Obafemi Awolowo's, the Lateef Jakonde's, Nnamdi Azikiwe's. These were people that believed in ideas, and they brought it manifest. Unfortunately, for most part, most political parties now are special purpose vehicle for self-aggrandizement and accumulation of wealth. That being said, there are some unique things in the ADC manifesto that get me quite excited. Like one, it's enshrined in the Constitution that they will not allow the structure to be held by one person or a money bag or a godfather. You can literally go to court to fight that type of imposition. That's not in any other political constitution that I'm familiar with. So that's something that's interesting to me.
I'm kind of thinking about how that will work, like in reality. Like we have a political party. Every time one person wants to, pull his weight to probably achieve his personal interest or goal, people go to courts to challenge that. I mean, is that the only strategy in paper or not that the ADC has in place, or are there more? Because, I mean, we know how court judgments also go in Nigeria. I mean, is that also like a reliable strategy to checkmate personal interest within the party?
I mean, it starts to have it in there, right? And if it's there, people can also, courts does not have to be the final arbiter. Good politics is all of us sit down and say, this is our constitution. What you are doing is wrong. It's not acceptable. We are not accepting it, right? And the good thing is when you also have a number of powerful people together in a party, it becomes very difficult to try and dominate one over the other.
At this point, I think I should also ask the two players how they are feeling. Like, Kolawole, how are you feeling? Do you feel on top of the world?
He's doing well.
Wow.
His brother is a grandmaster. I am a broadcaster.
And I'm actually I just play casually. I have the app on my phone.
I am a broadcaster.
Speaking of how I'm feeling, I'm just like, he's evasive. GRV is very evasive with this. And I think he's someone that likes to avoid and sacrifice.
I like to avoid sacrifice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. But do you think a game of chess actually makes you have an inkling to how someone thinks?
How someone plays, I think you'll be taking a bit far to say you can read how someone thinks from chess.
Don't you play the way you think?
Not necessarily.
Not exactly, though.
Like, for instance, the mood here is different. I have to play quickly, right? I'm also having to talk to you and think and, So the mood is different. And also, you can be in a mood to just attack. You can be in a mood to defend.
So what mood are you in right now?
It depends. Sometimes things could happen and you could switch to defensive mode to sort things out. But chess is like passive aggression.
Okay.
So it's like warfare happening on the board. There are different characters or different pieces that can do different things for you. And if you're too excited, you could even lose what you think you've gained. So if you think you've gotten something, you might have been losing everything. So yeah. It can be boring to people who don't like it.
Exactly. But I think while on that note of boredom, it would be nice for us to be good to our guests. I wouldn't like Kolawole to outdo GRV.
Why?
So be soft, please. Is our guest.
I beg you, no. I came to have fun.
But while you play...
We don't rig here.
We don't... Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for correcting
What
that.
do you mean by we don't rig?
You need to tell me where rigging takes place. But
no,
while you're
you
playing...
can't do anything on this.
You can't. No, keep playing. We don't want to distract you.
Okay.
We just pass the mic round and have some comments from our audience here, and so that you can concentrate and play. They interact with us because we are live on Lagos Talks 91.3 FM, and we're broadcasting right from here at the Mosan Center in Onikon. So we'll go to the audience. I'd like to start from our students. If they have any question or any conversation or any comment, rather, that they want to share right now, raise your hand. Yes.
Coyote, if we have people in the audience who have questions for GRV,
yes,
I think we can start to note them now so that maybe
when it's ready,
when it's a bit more relaxed, or when we're done, it can take all of those questions. Yeah.
I hope you won't be sweating too profusely by that time. But let me ask you, before I go to the audience, what is the longest duration you spent playing chess?
Like an hour.
Wow. Okay. Can you end it halfway after like 30 minutes?
I mean, we can
And call
just-
a truce?
We can play very quickly. Or sometimes you just count the points.
Okay, I think that's what we'll do in the next few
Yeah, when
minutes.
you're using a timer.
Yeah.
So
So we're
the
using
timer
the
thing
timer
makes
now.
you think. So the funny thing about using the timer is that's when it's competitive.
Yeah.
Right. So you could think differently when there's a timer.
Yeah.
So
I'd like you
there's-
to think differently now.
Right.
So I'll snap every 1 minute. So while you're doing that, let's just get some comments. Anything at all you have to say. And if you don't get from the students, we'll come back to you. I see you're getting busy. Maybe we'll just come to other adults here and get some comment from you.
Thank you very much. My name is AY once again. Though it sounds funny, but I remember was it on Instagram or something, someone asked that, this GRV, why is he always on white? So that's why I say it seems funny, but I really want to know, sir, if you can tell us, sir. Most times I see you wearing white. So can you explain, sir?
It's my symbol. It's my uniform. It speaks of peace. It speaks of cleanliness. It speaks of purity. It speaks of just that potential new thing, right? That's unblemished, right? And yeah, so and it stands out. I don't know any color that won't stand out more than white. You know, maybe what color? Give me one color.
You know, or is it because white almost always look good on any African man?
I don't know about that. That did not factor into my.
She's giving you
that did not factor into it.
I don't know one African that doesn't look good in white.
And
Like,
also, it's a
like
Lagos thing.
Okay.
It's a Lagos thing, like
the
in terms of
your
our
masquerade.
culture,
How is that a Lagos thing?
You said it, sir. All right. Whose turn?
You.
Oh, mine?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. It's mine.
All right, one more question here.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Nonso, and it's what I have is not more like a question. I'd like maybe GRV, Kolawole, Olaoluwa can take it as a commentary. So, I mean, and I particularly pick in this because of the benefit of the young students who are here with us. Part of the things that education is supposed to do is, you know, reshape your mind to be able to think, create, innovate, and bring new ideas to life, right? And part of the things that children learn in school is the simple art of debating, where you have people debating for, some are debating against. And I think part of the things that should do from the young stage in school is to also prepare young children for politics, to be able to engage, you know, with the people, with the public. But in my mind, I don't think I see enough engagement in politics in Nigeria, to be honest. I've not been thrilled to a good debate since '99, and even beyond that. So I'd like you to, it's not a question, so I want you to take this as, do you want to speak to this as well? You know, just in your own way, from your own view as well.
Young people's involvement in politics?
Engaging the young people, introducing them to politics, guiding them to know what goes on in politics, not just leaving them to watch and listen to Whiskey alone, but bring them into politics as well. And debate, if they debate and, yes, between the candidates. And, okay, what else? Okay, between the candidates who are contesting.
So I think he thinks, you know, having periodic debates will just spark that interest in young people.
Yes, maybe.
Okay.
And talking debates, I think I remember, was it 2000 and, was it 7? No, it was 2011 elections, governorship election, Lagos State. Governor Fashola was debating, and there were like 3 or 4 people, you know, in that debate. And there was this man not too tall who kept talking about the things he wants to do, and was talking and talking. And I was watching then from Ghana, I was, you know, following the debate. And he said some things that were to everybody, you knew it was, you couldn't achieve it. And at some point, I think the moderator asked him, so, at what cost? He said, at all costs. Because whenever I spoke, I said, how are you going to get the money to do this? He said, well, we look for the money. So he said, at what cost? He said, at all costs. I'm like, yes. Even Governor Fashola himself then just laughed and like, all right, let's go to you, Architect Olaleko.
Good afternoon, GRV.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, as an architect, you are a senior colleague. One thing that fascinated me towards you during the last manifesto is you have this brand, the Architect of a New Lagos.
Yeah.
And I've always been telling people that this current dispensation, people that are in, okay, the current people that are in office, they always say megacity, anything, megacity. And I keep telling people, megacity does not translate to any development. It's just a population in excess of 10 million. So if you are telling us megacity, what development projects have you implemented to drive that population? So when you now say Architect of a New Lagos, can you please tell us the vision you have for Lagos by using that term?
Yeah, I want to play chess.
What you're saying will mean he needs to stop playing chess, because it means you need to dig into his manifesto. And while we support good governance and we would like to balance the equation, give everybody a platform, if he's going to pitch his manifesto now, he will need to get an invoice. So, but of course, you respond to that. Just give him some time to find his way on that board.
And perhaps let's throw in a lighter question.
One more. My name is Rashid.
Okay.
So my own question is that, what are you a progressive? That's my first question. And secondly, what is one thing you have in mind to do for Lagos that will touch every citizen of Lagos? What is that thing? How you are going to do that thing? When you do it finish, how that thing will look like? And I want to ask you again that, do you support presidential candidate of ADC to be truly open to all Nigerians or to South alone? And who do you like to support as a presidential candidate of ADC in 2027?
This one is more difficult than this chess game. but you know what I'm thinking? I'm here to actually talk, not really here to play chess with myself and just enjoy myself. It's to exchange ideas. So I think I will keep this on the side for now and let me answer those two very, very important questions. The first one was about a new Lagos, Architect of a New Lagos. What does that mean? What am I trying to create? We want a Lagos that works for everybody. A Lagos that is not developed at the expense of the poor. A Lagos where everybody has a pride of place. So you are prioritizing affordable housing. You are prioritizing good urban planning that allows for children in places that you otherwise call a slum to have proper recreational areas. You are planning and ensuring that just because your friend is rich and he wants to sandfill and build an estate and sandfill a wetland that will later cause flooding in that local government, right? We are not going to accept that anymore. We are going to protect our wetlands so that Lagos is not constantly flooding and then they come and call it climate change. In 2023, when they had just started testing the sandfilling of Makoko, when you are going on bridge, you see it. I said it in the debates. I said, after this election, these people are going to sandfill this place, and then they will say it's climate change that's causing flooding on Lagos mainland. 90% of the issues that we have in Lagos are man-made, right? Because, first of all, there's a swamp. The people that have lived there for centuries build on stilts. But you think that the good idea or the brilliant idea is to sandfill the place and stop the natural flow of water. Obviously, flooding is going to happen. But then you could do like Venice, you could do like Venice, you could do like Amsterdam, you could do like parts of the Netherlands where they build on stilts in ways that are more advanced so that water can still flow underneath and you're not stopping natural flow of water. So those are some things when we talk about a new Lagos from urban planning, the idea that every local government can stand on its own independently. So you have good schools there, you have good hospitals there. everything you need to thrive in that local government is there. So you are reducing movement from Ikeja all the way to Etiosa. You are reducing movement from Alimosho to Ajeromi or wherever. So you look at how urban planning works in most developed states, countries, cities, you minimize movement, right? So everything you need should be a walking distance away from you, right? And that is in relation to urban planning and making services available. And then also looking across Lagos State and giving each local government, each central district, their own comparative advantage. If Badagry is about tourism, what can we do to draw more people there? How can we ensure that more villas, more tourist destinations can come there? What incentives can we put in place, right? You look at Ekpe, for instance, aquaculture, very important. You look at Ikorodu as well. And I talked about having saddle bridges. So as opposed to having a long fourth mainland bridge that will just become another third mainland bridge in terms of traffic, connecting Eastern Foreshore and Ibejuleki with the shortest bridges that divide, that can join them at their shortest distances. One, it to be cheaper. Two, the circulation around the city will be much more efficient, right? So these are some ideas when I say a new Lagos. Those are some of the ideas I'm thinking about. So I'm going to leave you on that one. And then your own chess question. You set me up 3 times. Like this guy gave me a checkmate. You want me to talk about presidential candidate of ADC? How about now? Politics is local. What is happening at the national level, we'll figure it out. I'm interested in what's happening in Lagos State. And that's what we're building, a robust coalition. We're trying to get in as many people as possible. We are also understanding what is happening in Lagos State and putting structures in place to avoid being bullied, to avoid being intimidated. I posted on Twitter this afternoon videos of the NURTW chairman threatening his own members for a gathering that I did in Ajeromi Feludu. That how could they allow that happen without any attacks, right? And he's calling them and saying that they'll be punished for that. This is the type of democracy that we're practicing in Lagos State, a state that has been controlled by the same group of people for over 24 years, and they cannot campaign based on ideas and things they have done. They have to resort to violence. And I always say this, violence is the last refuge of incompetence. When you cannot play, you're not doing what you're supposed to do right, you then turn to violence. If you don't have a vision, you sell division. If you have a vision for your people, you will come and tell them your vision for them. You will not be telling them, oh, knocking their heads together to fight themselves, and then setting a very bad example for this young generation that's coming behind us. Your other question was about, am I a progressive? With the people that have been calling themselves progressives, you know, that title is like a stain on me right now, and I wear white. I don't like to be stained. You understand? The kind of people that are walking around calling themselves progressives, honestly, it's a disgrace to that tag. Right? Because what is progressive? Is it to put your people in perpetual hunger? Is it to Almajerize the Southwest? Is it a situation where there was once a time in this country where we valued education? Look at the times of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Look at what Alhaji Lateef Jakonde achieved with education, where people were going to school and were going to school in quotas and in sections. This man came and made it a point for everybody to get an education. Most of the people in office today, if not for him, they might not have an education. Most of the people in office today, if not for him, they probably would not have had affordable housing. Now, if you are talking about progressives like Alhaji Lateef Jakonde, I'll say, yes, please, sign me up. But now we have affordable housing that they are selling among themselves. It never gets to people that need it. We have a set of leaders that are using alpha beta to collect huge percentages of the income that Lagos generates. Meanwhile, children are in schools without proper tables, without proper textbooks. Rain is falling into their classrooms. Their roof is a mess. There's no more value for education. Instead, what we value are making our young men violent and thugs, and we celebrate that. that is now what we celebrate. Like how violent you can set a huge group of youth population to be because the state has failed them. So the people that are behind that, they call themselves progressives. So, no.
If I could just chime in here. So you are part of the opposition now, and I know the opposition play isn't peculiar to Nigeria. I mean, in the UK, you have the opposition really giving the Labour Party, their own Labour Party, a run for their money, right? Don't you think that the opposition, and when I say opposition, I mean the ADC, the PDP, and everyone else, don't you think you're selling the narrative that if the opposition gets into office, it's going to be hunky-dory, it's going to be kumbaya, it's going to be food on the table automatically the next day, jobs on the streets, end of insecurity, and so on and so forth, because it feels like it's a fairy tale. Because every country of the world definitely has their own woes, they have their own drawbacks. So don't you think it's just a play to get into power?
No, I don't think so. I think that if somebody can come into office and say that he met Nigeria almost bankrupt, and then in the same year spent 21 billion renovating the vice president's lodge, that is madness to me. And if I'm saying that we'll correct that, that is not a fairy tale. It's just we will not be stupid. We will not spend money that we don't have. We will not borrow money for luxuries. And when you tighten your belt like that, you're also sending a signal down. And that's what Alhaji Lateef Jankode achieved. He was developing Lagos without any direct benefit to himself. That's why he could do so much in such a short time. Right? And that's what we are saying. I'm not saying that everybody in opposition thinks the way I'm thinking, right? But I am in opposition and this is how I think. And it's for me to constantly put these ideas out there.
Does your current, the ADC, do they think like that? Does everyone think like that?
In the Constitution, it is primarily said that this party is constituted to put the interest of the majority first, right? And I'm not somebody that will sit down here and say to you that everybody that is joining the ADC believes in that or has sworn a blood oath to uphold that, right? And I cannot answer for all of that. I can say that this is our constitution. I can say that the people, I work with people, or I will support people or push for people that have empathy. Because I think that is one of the biggest qualities any leader in Nigeria needs right now. Because when you're, the kind of suffering that's happening in Nigeria, you must literally have a heart of stone to continue looting the way you are doing. I mean, you see what happened with the humanitarian minister. This is money that's supposed to make the lives of Nigerians better. It's moved to a private account. That woman is not in prison right now, is she? But a young boy that is doing small yahoo, EFCC will just flood and they've carried him away. Right? So I feel that to be in opposition is not easy, right? To be in opposition is not easy. It's a sacrifice in itself. And these are also people that are in opposition because they cannot stand what is currently going on in the ruling party. Right? So it's the first step.
Okay, I think you should make your move so we can wrap
All
up.
right. At this point, I think the people are about to make a move. And,
Okay.
the move of the people is that we count the points.
Okay.
And
at the points he wins. He has my queen.
oh, yeah, is one of your queen the heart of your queen?
Yeah, he has taken her, snatched her
boy.
from me.
Oh,
I don't,
boy.
please, all the newspapers and all the blogs.
Not my real queen, I beg you.
Just queen.
You need to tell the blogs.
Yeah, I only said your
to
queen.
Be specific. So, but it was a nice game of chess.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, well done.
Great. Your salary for October was at stake. But I just didn't tell you.
Okay.
But thank God you won, so you are safe. Thank you so much, Gbadebo
You're
Rose.
welcome.
A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Okay.
So I'd like you to just talk directly to them. Some of them want Emmanuel wants to be president.
Yes. And while you do that, please just bear in mind that it's not a mammoth crowd at the campaign ground. So if you can do it in 1 minute. 1 minute.
You know, to be honest, if all of you said you wanted to get into politics, I'll be very, very worried. Because that implies that you want to come into this disgusting arena of what has become politics in Nigeria. The fact that you said you are not interested in it at the moment implies that you still have a level of integrity, a level of, you know, desire to see things done properly. I imagine, like, there was a gentleman that talked about how back in the day, a lot of people would say they wanted to get into it because you listen to speeches by people like Obafemi Awolowo and others, right? They're inspiring. But you're talking about politics and you're talking about thuggery and violence and cheating and rigging, snatching ballot boxes, snatch it, grab it, run with it, that type of thing. But what I want to say to you is this. We do not change Nigeria by allowing the things that are ruining Nigeria to continue to ruin Nigeria. There's a fight that must happen to take the country back and align it with the values that you have, or that you want to see, or that you want to grow up in. So I would advise that encourage your parents, encourage your uncles, your aunts, because I don't think any of you can vote just yet, to get registered and to vote for a better Nigeria, to vote for a country where you will benefit, a country that will put people like you first, and a country that you will come into, and the politics will be much more sane, will be cleaner, and will be politics about the people, not the actual politician who only wants to come in for their own interests. Because the issue is, what has come to our politics is desperation. That is why people will plan violence against the same people they want to govern, right? They're not selling ideas. You have a governor that has been sitting for 4 years. He did not deem the people worthy to come to any debate.
All right.
To even talk to people and say, this is what I did with my time.
Okay.
Right?
So
we need a
short,
different type of politics.
That's
And
it.
the people that your parents, your uncles, your aunts play parts in making that happen and will lay the foundation for you to come into a better.
Do they even have a
politics.
question for him?
Unfortunately, we can't take questions. Because you are here, you don't know what time it is out there. And we still have Charles Anazodo coming up right now. So, but before you go, I'd like to call Diamond the King to join me on stage. He's a magician, and he says that, come. He's a magician, and he says that he has a trick he can do right now that will get you into office ahead of 2027.
Yeah, come now.
Diamond the King, where are you? Let's have you join us here. A round of applause for him as he approaches the stage. And once it's done, we'll do our presentation, and we're done. We'll go to the next interview right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to play Conversation on Board. I go by the name Diamond King, the luxury magician. Yeah, just like you've seen dance, comedy, music, yeah, we also have magic. We're going to try something. I saw you love playing chess. That's mind game, brain chess. You also love playing chess. Can we just do like some 5 minutes display? Can you like join me on seat? Thank you so much.
I hope I don't get to disappear, big.
All right.
I wonder why you're running away. I just wonder.
I don't want to disappear, please.
All right, can we like take
So
this
do we take this
chessboard?
away? All
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
let's take.
just take
So
this
it's
chessboard.
official. Kolawole defeats Gbadebo Rosevival at the polls.
Hey.
Okay.
All right.
So can we have the camera on him? We want to see the trick.
Yeah, so the more you look, the less you see. Magic takes place in like stolen moments, and the goal of adults want to try to tamper with their mind, make adults feel like children, do some crazy mind games. They have a box here, has stacked 6 dice in it, and this is number 1, number 2, number 3, 4, 5, and 6. So like some regular stuff. So can you please help me like close the box? We'll get back to the box in a minute. Yeah, just close the box. All right, so I got some couple of cards here. All the cards are different. I'm going to riffle down like this. You just say stop somewhere. All right, so let's go.
Stop.
All right, stop there. So you take the card, but don't show me the number. Just, I'll look away. Just show everybody the number. And remember that number, and that's all. You got the number already?
Yeah.
All right, please. Place it back, place it back. Do you want to shuffle or? Yeah. Just put it back, all right. The box is going to find your card. Have an extra dice here. I'm going to try rolling the dice on the box. Maybe, hopefully I get your number. All right, this is the time you say what your number was. What was your number?
6.
You sure it's 6? 6 clubs. 6. I rolled number 6, but not just that. I did something fishy. I made, I think, all the dice in the box facing 6. Crazy, right? Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, and
show
yeah,
that
and
camera. Can
these
you?
are like,
wow.
These are like real dice. You know, it's crazy, right? Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
All right. So over to you. Here's what you do for me. I refill down. Just say stop. Stop right there. Same thing. Take the card. Don't show me the card. Just show everybody right there. You good? All right. Remember the card. That's your lucky card. All right. Feels good. Place it back. Place it back. All right. So we're gonna do the refill shuffle. Then hopefully we try our best. So I got this phone here. Can you like just help me hold it like this? Okay, right there. Then everybody watch all these cards. No, just watch the screen, like there. So just like press right there. And was this your card? I don't know. Was this your card? Can you see it? But look, we can like make it move. See, it's moving. We can like just like bring it here. Was this the card you picked? It's crazy, right? And actually, the card is never here. The Ace of Hearts. The Ace of Hearts is not here. I'm serious. Like, I'm serious. The Ace of Hearts is not here. This diamond, that's not heart, so the Ace of Hearts is not there. So I want to do some next level. Sure, check. So why he's checking? Sir, can you like sign on the card? Just like sign your initials on the card right there. Want to create some real magic right there. All right, cool. So the King of Strong Style just signed the card. You guys see the card right there. Cool. I'll place it right here. Then I'm going to look for one of my spells card. I hope this works. Man, I don't know. Okay, let's even make it more powerful. Can you also sign on the card? So we have 2 signatures on the card. Crazy. All right, cool. You guys see it? 2 signatures on the card right there. All right. Now, what do you call an alligator who wears a vest? Investigator. All right, watch. So I'm going to place the card right here. Yeah, I'm going to place the card right here. That's the signature. That's 1 of 1. Yeah, then I'll show you a card that's not serious. The Joker is not serious, guys. So I'm just going to leave the Joker right here. Then whatever happened, don't think of it. Nothing is real. It's just in our imagination. So we just leave the Joker right here like this. Then I snap my finger. Notice how the Joker just travels and I think it appears here and the signature just comes here. It's crazy, right? Come on. What's up? Yeah. So I have 2 more tricks. We're going to send this card in an impossible location, but before we do that,
while you are doing all this, hope you don't vote. Because I can't imagine what you do at the polling units.
Sir, can you just like cut a small portion of this card, a small portion, and place here? Just a small portion and place here. Then pick any card and just write maybe a country on the card. Just pick anyone and write the country. Just write the country on it. Yeah. Okay, place it back. Yeah, so just keep it right here like this. Now, remember when you cut that card and you kept it somewhere. Now, we're going to do a mind game here. Hold everything like this. Now, just careful, hold like this. You deal this card one at a time and stop where your heart feels is right. So just from on top, deal it at the table, face down. Just stop wherever your heart feels right. No, face down, face down.
Face down.
Yeah.
And then?
Face down. So your heart feels is right?
Yeah.
You want to go more or you want to stay there?
I've stopped now.
All right, okay. It's up to you, I don't know. So you not say I influenced you.
Okay.
You good? All right, so let's see. You stop at a 7. But wait, if you went one more, it could have been a 2.
Okay.
If you went one less, it could have been a 10. But somehow you stopped at the 7. What if I tell you your card is in the 7th position? Count 7 cards. The 7 cards shall be your card. From the top. Yeah. Let's go. 1, 2. No, face down. 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 7 card? Is that your card? That's crazy, man. That was your card. Yeah.
Wow.
So I want to close like this. Yeah, so magic is cool. The dancer is going to use his body movement to entertain you. The comedian is going to crack you some joke. The musician is going to use his voice. So magician will use our illusion. At the end of the day, we are one. Entertainers, hustlers. So that's just the vibe. Now, I want to close like this. This was the first card you guys signed on. Now watch. I told you nothing was real, just in our imagination. So let's imagine we can like use our mind and make this card vanish or something. So watch. 1, 2, 3. The card is gone. Watch. 1, 2, 3.
Wait, do it again.
One card in my mouth was this your signature. It's crazy, right? Feels good. Yeah.
It feels
Men
good.
are brave, active. Yeah. So on Instagram, you can type Diamond King, Diamond King. If you type Diamond King, you'll see the luxury magician. Anyone is all love, one love, more love on my magical side. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, and
Amazing. Well done.
does it feel like politics to you? You think you
No.
have it, then suddenly you've lost it.
No.
You think you're winning, then suddenly, or you think you're losing, then suddenly you're winning. Well, thank you so much, Badebo Rose Bible, for coming. We'd like to do a little presentation to you as we present. I don't know if you call him Baba Bumi or Joseph.
So on behalf of Lagos Talks, first of all, apologies that we kept you waiting. You came pretty early. But it was a very good session. It's always good to listen to you talk. On behalf of Lagos Talks and Boards and Conversation, I will present this to
you so much.
Don't open it until you get home. Let's put our hands together for
Thank you.
GRV. Please, can we have the general manager to please come? I saw the HR manager here as well. Olamide is still here. If Olamide is gone, Sharon, please come on. Every member of the Lagos Talks team, please come to the stage quickly.
Yeah, please
And-
ask the question after a picture.
And we still have Mr. Charles Hanazodo in the house. So some of you that love sports, and he's not just a sports person, he's also very, very politically inclined.
Okay,
So we're going to be having conversations
what we
with
doing?
him as well.
Nights like this, there's something mystical about nights like this. Any concept of time don't matter. Thoughts in my mind, fill my eyes with water. I try to talk to God, and I close my eyes, but
All
I
right,
don't
one more
see
time, please. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Akbela. Badebo Rose Bible, please.
And can we have Charles Anazodo join us here so that we don't call our GM twice, and just stay here. So Charles Anazodo will join us. And the kid that has a question, can we have your question so that GRV can attempt it before he leaves? Can we give her the mic, please? Can we give her the mic? So that he does that, and we take a picture.
Huh? Okay.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
So, I wanted
Our
to
president.
ask you a question that my mommy, she said that I should not be a president again, that the country is too bad. I'm like, Mommy, but I can make it good now. She said no. She said, just leave, borrow your leg back, borrow your hand back, and borrow your sense back from that one. Go and put it into your studies and become a doctor. That's what you should do.
You can be a doctor and be president. There's nothing wrong with that. And the process by becoming a doctor will prepare you to be president.
All right. So I want to ask for like a strategy to like convince my mommy to accept me as a president.
You have to do well in school. Show your mother that you can make good decisions. Show her that she can trust you, right? Listen to your parents, communicate with them, and let them know what you are dealing with at every time. You know, a lot of times you might be dealing with something and you are keeping it to yourself. Have a good relationship with your parents so they can trust you. When your parents trust you, no matter what you say you want to do, they'll be behind you. Trust me, I have parents like that as well.
All right, thank you. But Emanuela, please come on stage and take a picture with Gbadebo Roseviver so that maybe that will convince your mother as well. Can we non-politically inclined people move left and right? We are talking about the future president, not the future broadcaster.
And play, you see this thing happen. You saw the picture with Kennedy and Bill Clinton.
Yeah. So come, well, let's put our hands together for her, please.
That means I also have to be president at some point for this picture to make sense.
Great, great. Our president, yes, Madam President. So your mommy was right. You don't call the female president Mrs. President. You call her Madam President. Yeah, so, congratulations to you, Emmanuel, for being bold enough to speak. And Gbadebo Roseviver, thank you so much for your time this morning. We do appreciate you.
All right. All right, no problem. Thank you.
All right, let's take a quick picture with Sir Charles as we get into the last bit. Don't worry, after this there is food and drinks down there. We'll drink, we'll interact, we'll engage. And but while we're taking this picture, Ayo Adio, it would not be nice to have you leave here without saying a word or two to Nigerians. So. One word or two before you leave us. We know you're stepping out.
Well, I'm not sure what you want me to say, but let me just commend Lagos Talks for boards and conversations. I think that you're making political conversations accessible to young minds because they are the future. And I can see that they're in secondary school, so it means in another 4 or 5 years, they are likely going to be voting. So I think it's an important step, and I commend you for doing that. And I think more importantly, because you've been having political conversations all day and talking about the future of Lagos, I'll just say that I think collectively would like to see a Lagos where there are emergency ambulances for people who are in emergencies. If you're stuck on Todd Milland Bridge, you want to have a number to call in a mega city to come for rescue and not be at the mercy of thugs. You want Lagos that can deliver a Lagos that works for everybody. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And we do appreciate Ayo Adio. Let's put our hands together for him, please, as we continue. And we get to the last lap of this program. Can we mic our next Speaker, please. Can we mic him and get him mic'd, please? Now, the next voice you're hearing right now is a voice some of you, in fact, all of you, hear on radio. And that voice has a face that transcends Nigeria to other parts of Africa. He talks sports with class. He talks sports with facts. Could be controversial at times. And when you listen to Sports Zone, you know that it's a potpourri. It's not just sports. It's everything from life to politics to sports. That shows that the diversity he has. Like I said, I can't remember the last time he played football, if you can still play football. Maybe in a normal time you could have played under 23, but you never can tell. But we're talking about one man that is influential beyond the sports. That is a man, a voice that we all, I wouldn't say love to hate because he's not a politician, but that is a voice that is coming on stage in a short while. And while we are getting him ready to come on stage, let's get all our questions ready. Let's get all our facts right. Let's prepare and be ready to engage with sports. There is one performance that will be coming up in a short while. I don't know if they're ready. We'll go ahead with the performance or? Okay, they're ready for us. So we'll get that engagement. We're talking sports. We're talking life. We're talking radio. We're talking reality. And we're talking Charles Anazodo. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes to lead us in the sports. And the man that will be engaging him in this game is a face you've seen on here all evening. His name is Joseph Faulkner. A round of applause for him, please. All right, and so this is another segment, and after this, we go downstairs, we have some cocktail, eat. Chelsea fans because of Sir Charles. That's why they're here.
All right, Charles. Now, everybody knows Charles.
No, but before you even get into a conversation, you've not chosen a game yet.
We're playing what?
Are you
I
playing
told you,
Ludo
we're
or
playing
what?
We're playing what?
People are saying Ludo.
I will
Ludo,
beat him.
Ludo, Ludo, Ludo.
Oh yeah,
See,
bring Ludo.
Look, I'm capable. Anyone, may them bring him.
Charlie,
anyone.
Ludo on board.
Anyone.
Charlie, get him out. But I there are a lot of things when I think about him, there are a lot of things I think about, and I'm going to ask you a few things. How did you get into broadcasting? What pushed you into this?
It's a funny story, to be honest. I remember Graduating.
Sorry, it feels odd interviewing you, Sha.
Yeah, no. It feels odd me answering questions. But I remember graduating from the University of Port Harcourt, and back in the day, it was either you work in a bank, or you work in the oil sector, and my relatives thought it was ideal to go into that field. But I knew that deep inside of me, I wasn't a 9-to-5 person. I can't sit in one place, resume work at 7 and close at 6. I just couldn't do that. But I really didn't know what it was exactly that I wanted to do, to be honest. So one day, I was watching television. Back in the day, there was only the NTA, DBN television. And for so many people that think AIT was the first privately owned station to come on board, Nalai.
Very big lie.
DBN was way before AIT. So I was watching DBN, and a man whom I've been watching for quite a while, who also is a man that I have a lot of respect for in the industry, Deji Omotoyinbo, was presenting the news at the time. And my friends and I were seated in my sitting room at the time, and a week later, they sent somebody to my house and told him to tell me to resume at DBN television. This was 1997.
80, okay.
What did they worry you?
I was actually thinking 1970.
70 something.
This was 1997, and that's how my journey began. And by the year 1999, I'd had enough of DBN television, because if I tell people that, look, when I started out at DBN television, my salary was 5,000 naira a month in 1997.
That year.
And 1997, 5,000 was not enough for transportation back and forth from home to work. My sister was working in a bank at the time as well. So what she would do is, when she's leaving for work, she would leave some money for me by my bedside. So that helped me augment whatever salaries that I was collecting going to work and back. So I'm just saying this because a lot of people think you just drop from the sky. Opportunities that you have just come to you, but you really have to work at it. You have to give your time, your energy, and dedication to your vocation, which is how I see sports broadcasting. For me, it's not a job. It's something that I really enjoy doing, and which is very essential when you want to pick work for yourself. It's got to be something that you enjoy. If you're told to do this and not get paid for doing it, would you still do it? For me, sports broadcasting, I would do it in a heartbeat without having to be paid.
Please, one more time, let's put our hands together for this man, Charles Anazulu. If you listen to Sports Zone, you will know that Sports Zone, first 15 minutes, adult of. All right, so while you're doing that, Charles, I'm going to ask you this interesting question. I know we've
It's 6'4".
I can see.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Those are big counts.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. This is how we harass each other, don't worry. How does it feel being married to the woman the whole world loves?
Really?
There are so many of us that would have loved to be married to her.
You know, when people say these things, I wonder, when she was at NTA, why not go there?
With the Lickly TV.
Why not?
There are so many men. You see their response.
But I get
so
that
many
a
of
lot.
us were kissing the TV.
I get that a lot. And, you know, why, everybody knew where she was working. Why, enter bus the way I used to take bus and go to NTA and woo the lady? You could have done that as well. But the honest truth is, what most people do not realize, I didn't meet my wife at the NTA. My wife used to work at DBN television as well.
See?
No, she was there just for a short while, just about 6 months. And a funny story, to be honest. You know, when she was at DBN then, she kind of thought she was all that in a bag of chips. You know? And I felt, this girl said, what did she think she'd be? You know?
She's Marianne.
So I had a plan. Sorry, ladies, but I had a plan, which was to ask her out on a date and then maybe dump her, you know, just to teach her a lesson, you know, that sort of thing. You know, but, you know, we got to know each other. I found out that she's a very, very lovable person. Very, very rooted, to be honest. She has her head on her shoulders, and I thought you'd be a stupid man to let this one go. You know, so what originally was a plan to discredit her, more or less, you know, and incidentally, she also thought I was a proud MF.
But you are.
She also thought I was proud. You know, so when she agreed to go on a date with me, she also had plans to also tell me that, look, guy, you don't be everything when you think so you be. You know, but we all fell into that same trap, and ultimately, here we are today.
Okay, so in case you don't know this side of him, because I'm not going to ask sports, I'm going to ask a lot of questions from him. Don't worry, I've played 2-1. You can continue because you're using side eye to look as if you know since.
When they watch, Joseph is very corny. When they watch, we haven't played yet, no?
2-1, I not come out.
Oh, okay. You see, you're a loser.
Sorry, can we end the show now?
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6.
Okay, so if you follow him on social media and you listen to him sometimes, you know that he loves politics a lot and he's an optimist. He sees the good in Nigeria a lot of times. And I want to ask you, Charles, if you look on the streets of Lagos and different parts of Nigeria, you're almost going to be discouraged with what you see. What gives you that undying optimism about this country?
Look, my thoughts are evidently on social media, and whatever it is, see your life.
They talk now.
You know, my thoughts are evidently on social media. I was raised to be an optimist. You know, my parents are Igbo people, yeah? And my father told us about how after the war, believe it or not, you know, but it's the truth. After the war, everybody, no matter what you had, and this is what they said, no matter what you had, you were given 20 pounds. Start your life all over again. And nobody cowed into submission. Everybody had belief that, look, despite our travails, yeah, we will still go out there and make something of our existence, no matter how much limitation there is. And I grew up with that sort of mentality. My parents telling me that there's nothing that you're not able to accomplish as far as your mind is set on positivity. So yes, there are a lot of things wrong with the country. So many things wrong. But if you sit back and all of the time, all you do is complain, how are things ever going to be right?
But how do you not complain when everything you
No,
see
there's reason.
is almost
No,
bad?
there's reason to complain. I agree. Things are not okay. But in the midst of the chaos and the unavailability, there's also some measure of positivity. There's so many good things that are happening in and around Lagos, in Nigeria, that you can latch on to and tap into and make something of yourself and help your immediate community. You know, depending on or saying that one person is that magic man who can, with just switching a light, you know, turning up a switch, is able to turn around the fortunes of the country, is something that I don't believe in. I think it's a collective responsibility. It's a collective. We all have to work at it. And you have to show a measure of belief in what people are doing. Every day on social media, a good policy comes into play, a good idea comes into play, and the first reaction of the average Nigerian is to bring that same thing down. Yes, we've gone through a lot of hurt. We've gone through a lot of hardship, a lot of negativity, but because you have a faculty, because you can think, yeah, you should be able to decipher what is wrong and what is right, what can work and what cannot work. We had people sitting here who were bringing down the Nel Fund policy. I know so many people who have benefited from Nel Fund. I know so many people who have reached out to me on social media and said that they are beneficiaries of the 25,000 naira that is going around the country for indigent citizens. It might not be enough to take you out of poverty, we agree. But it is something that the government is doing to help the people who do not have anybody else to turn to. That is something that we can hold on to and say, at least this is positive. For all other things that are, you know, bad, yeah, you can criticize. And I always say that, look, as much as we criticize, yeah, because we have a right to, let's not always condemn. Because there's a thin line between criticism and condemnation. And what we do on a regular in this country is condemn everything that is done. We can't keep going along those lines all of the time. Okay, we have to believe at some point.
So, I'm an optimist as well, and I'm sure you know that part. I believe in celebrating steps, you know, because every time you set out from your house to go somewhere, you don't just disappear from your house and appear there. It's a journey. You go on a journey. And I believe that Nigeria is on a journey. But how do you explain, because right now, whether we like it or not, the economy has improved. There are indices to show, or to prove that things have improved, you know, for Nigeria. But how do you explain that to the common man, the man on the street of Lagos who just wants to play? I don't play my 2-1 again.
For one, we've got to tell the people that there are two forms
so
of...
before you answer, 6-2 again. What be this? I bet may we change this thing to blackboard now. You know, for one, you talked about Nel Fund. GRV talked about the housing, low-cost housing thing. Yeah. And I know so many people. I won the one of the low-cost housing thing. I won one, but I couldn't do the down payment. I couldn't, you know, I didn't know on time, actually. I have friends who have bought houses through the low-cost housing scheme and all of that. How do you, so back to my question, how do you first of all explain to the common man on the streets that things are better or will get better? And how do we help people? Because it looks like we don't like to follow information. Maybe because of how much we don't trust the government anymore. Nel Fund has a website. The low-cost housing thing, there's a website. There's a national health. I was telling you about the national health
NHIS,
insurance,
yes.
NHIS. How do we help the common man to understand or see this information and use them?
For one, I think the government at state and the federal level are not doing enough in terms of sensitizing the people.
Finally.
I don't think they're doing enough in terms of sensitizing the people. The National Orientation Agency should be able to have a lot more town hall meetings to tell the people what the government is doing to help alleviate the sufferings of the people. There's macro economy and there's the micro economy. What the government is dealing with now is the macro economy, which is where the policies and all the whatnots come into play. The micro will eventually come, hopefully, yeah, when we're done dealing with the macro economy, which is where a lot of people talk about the numbers, the statistics, and to be honest, you can't build a nation without numbers and statistics. You can't do that, which is why we have the Bureau of Statistics. We need all of that information to help us move on to the next level. For the average Nigerian, you go to the market with 10,000 naira, and this affects all of us. You go to the market with 10,000 and you're walking away with maybe one small nylon bag, yeah? And you feel aggrieved, you feel shortchanged. But that will come in time. I really don't think, because of the rot that this country has been through in the last 24 years, it would be foolhardy for anybody to think that a man with intention, and this is for any politician, whether it was Peter Obi that won the presidency or whether it was Atiku that won the presidency, it would take a long time for any of these candidates to turn around the fortunes of this country. We can't do it in 2 years. It's not possible. I'm not even sure that it can happen in 4 years. And this is not me campaigning for anybody. I'm just saying that as a people, we need to have a measure of patience and be able to identify that whatever it is that is happening now is to help to cleanse whatever ills that we've been going through for quite a while. Because the honest truth is we cannot be in the dark forever. There has to be light at the end of a tunnel. And the only way that we can accomplish that is by trusting somebody. We have to trust somebody to do it. We can't wish it on ourselves. The work needs to be done. And for the work to be done, we must, as a people, have a measure of patience.
Please, again, just appreciate this man. He's got wisdom like that. But and I hear you very clearly. I hear you very clearly. And I understand what you mean by it takes time. And I talked about journey. There's always a process to everything, right? But there are times that the journey looks like it might be cut short at some point. And I'm taking you to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Yeah, I'm taking you to the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Of Nigeria. We could still qualify you.
How? If I told you guys I'm going to drag him left and right. So because he's one of those who you could hear him thinks Nigeria will qualify. How?
Look, Joseph, we can't qualify by virtue of the playoffs. We can't. Because we're not going to have enough points to make it through. We can qualify by topping the group. And the 3 points taken away from South Africa is a blessing, not just to Benin Republic, but to us as well.
So you think we'll win our last 2 games?
Our next 2 games are backs against the wall. We have Benin Republic. We have Lesotho, Abi. We can win those games. We can. We win those 2 games, and we pray. And we pray.
I was waiting for when the prayer part will enter.
We pray that Bafana, for some reason, lose their next 2 games. And all of you know that in a game of football, anything is possible. It can happen.
Zimbabwe is playing in South Africa.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Zimbabwe will be playing for the pride of their nation, of their people.
What pride? They're not going to the World Cup.
They're not going to the World Cup, but they have their pride.
What pride?
National pride.
What's their national pride?
They have their pride. So when you look at it statistically, mathematically, the Super Eagles can still make it. But when you look at it realistically, and when you factor in how the Super Eagles have been playing in the qualifiers leading up to this one, it's impossible.
So, finally, so why has we saw the Flying Eagles at the World Cup lose to Norway? Norway has never gone past the group stage of the Under-20 World Cup. It's the 4th time they're actually getting there. And okay, so let me just sell my own market. I own a football club right now, Gators FC, and we went to Dana Cup in Denmark. Played a lot of Norwegian on it and on the 14th, on the 15th side.
But you don't get a visa.
No.
They don't give you visa.
They give me, but I did sort out sponsorship for house. Yeah, we need.
Okay,
money.
so they go.
No, we've gone already.
Did you go?
I didn't go. I was sorting out sponsorship.
And that's what I'm saying now.
I still.
Go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
we know the radio. And I saw a lot of firsthand. Some of my partners who went saw how football is grown from the young age. Why are we faltering in this aspect?
Number one, pressure. Pressure. Every Nigerian wants to win. No matter what level.
You didn't play?
No matter at what level, every Nigerian wants to win.
You don't fear?
No be you. Another 6. Another 6. 6-1.
Why did I remind you?
Every Nigerian wants to win. That includes the officials of the Football Federation, the coaches, the players. The fans expect maybe a bit too much because we are Nigeria. We're the best at everything. And nobody thinks about tomorrow. What do we do about growing our lads and making sure that they are eventual winners in the coming days? And it's not just a football thing. It's also in athletics. It's in boxing. It's everywhere. It's in weightlifting. What do we need to do? Look at the model that Senegal have adopted. Look at the model that Morocco have adopted. I remember the Aisha Buhari Cup that held in Lagos, the very first edition, and how the Moroccan girls came here, did not win it, but by virtue of how they played their football, I said to a colleague of mine, Ralph Chidozie George, and I said, look, these Moroccan girls, in time to come, will be a national team of reckoning. And, everybody scoffed at what I said. Come on, of course not. But here we are. They're not just building their football, they're building their infrastructure as well, which is something that we're lacking in this country. They're not thinking about immediate gains, they're thinking about tomorrow. Who would have thought that Morocco would get to the semi-finals of a World Cup? Pelé, back in the day, I think it was in the 1980s or so, predicted that Nigeria would be the first nation to win the World Cup from the African continent. That's not going to happen. He saw talent, Pelé, he saw talent, which we have. But what he didn't see, because he's not a Nigerian, he did not see a lack of organization. And talent is never enough. You look at the NPFL, you're going to have a league because you have talent, no doubt about that. But if you're lacking organization, if you're lacking administration, you're only going to get to a certain level. And then you're never going to get past there. Enyimba was the last team to win the CAF Champions League in Nigeria back in 2003 or 4. Ever since then, it's been downward spiral. And then when you ask officials of Enyimba Football Club, they will tell you that we won this competition because of what the then governor did at the time. I'm not going to tell you what they did. But whatever it was that they did, they've stopped doing, and it's led to deep hurt for Nigerian football. We're lacking administration, we're lacking infrastructure, and we also need to go back in our shell and plan for the future. And when I talk about planning for the future, I'm talking about Nigerians not expecting the Super Eagles or any of our national teams to qualify for major tournaments. You're going to lose out while you're planning. But while you're planning, you have an intention for the latter days, yeah? It's about delayed gratification. If you know anything about delayed gratification, you will be a winner at the end of the day. That is what we're lacking as a people.
And then at the end of the day, the gratification becomes something that is constant.
It's constant
not
because you built on it.
We can look at Spain and what they did back then. Spain came to Nigeria in 95. They didn't win.
Yeah.
You know, Nigeria 99, 99, they didn't win. Those same set of kids went on to play on the 20, on the 21, on the 23, and eventually they became world beaters.
Yeah.
They became world beaters.
I mean, look at our under 17 national team.
Yeah.
They haven't qualified for the under 17 AFCON. They lost to Ghana.
Yeah.
They lost to Ghana.
Interesting one. Let's go back to politics a little bit more. Now, the agency in Lagos responsible for fighting drug abuse. You know, they put out campaigns against drug abuse. Went in some ways. Now, this is a conversation that created a lot of whatever in the office yesterday. That's why I'm bringing you into this one. Have you heard of Mandikis?
I don't do drugs now.
I didn't say you do. I not maybe before. Not but have you heard of Mandikis?
Mandikis,
the girl that went to
the lady,
sleep with.
is she not an ambassador?
Yeah, they just made her an ambassador. Now, for people who know her, you know, because someone schooled me that I don't know who she is. She promotes sexual immorality on social media.
Yeah.
They've seen her on social media doing drugs.
Yeah.
You know, and all of that. So, why is this agency, you know, recruiting people like herself, people like Naira Marley? In Nigeria, weed is a drug. Weed is categorized as hard drug. Why are they? Is there any sense in recruiting people like that to campaign against drug abuse?
To be honest, it's done everywhere around the world. People who commit infractions, yeah, and who are popular figures, maybe by virtue of what they've done, maybe their notoriety, maybe by virtue of the number of followers they have on social media, but they've done something wrong, which is against the law. Everywhere around the world, people tend to use them as ambassadors, yeah, to teach the younger generation, maybe even the older people, that, look, I engaged in this, it's wrong, I'm going to get punished, maybe. I don't know if Nigeria, they punish people. But I'm going to get punished for this, and because I have experienced this, I can advise you and tell you not to walk this path, because it will ultimately lead you to destruction. That's the idea. And these people also have to live by example. So a Mandikis who's made an ambassador, you know, for her infractions, needs to stop what she's doing, show better example to the coming generation.
Shouldn't they stop first before being made ambassadors?
No, because
what you talked about other countries of the world using people like that as whatever, but these are people who have come clean first, not people who are still involved.
No, you can rehabilitate the person, you know, while he or she is also being, you know, he or she is also in that ambassadorial role. It's also helping the individual know that, look, people look up to you. You're now a role model, so you have to do the right thing. So as far as people are seeing this person doing the right thing and trying to better themselves, it helps the public know that, okay, look, she's been there, she's done that, she's a living example, I don't need to go into this. It's everywhere around the world, and I don't fault the agencies who want to do it.
You know, this reminds me of Shino Rambo. Was it Shino Rambo? There was this hardened criminal, one big...
who became a pastor.
That became a pastor.
Yeah.
And I remember very well, he came to my church to preach.
Exactly.
And I didn't know who he was. And immediately he mentioned the name they used to call him. I didn't listen to him again. I was thinking about so many things, right? And wouldn't that be the mentality of a lot of people? Like, how do you see beyond this?
Yeah, but it depends on how you look at it. You see an individual who's murdered people, who's committed crimes,
and then he's coming to tell you, don't kill.
And now he's now reformed. Everybody in life deserves a second chance. He's now reformed. He's speaking to the public and saying that, look, this is what I did in the past, and I got absolutely nothing out of it. This is the way to travel. So it depends on the outlook, depends on who's watching or who's listening. That's why I talk about positivity. It depends on how you look at things. You can look at the darkness and believe that, look, if I keep walking through this valley, there will be light at the end of the tunnel. And it's there in the Bible. It's there in the Bible. That he will walk you through the valley of the shadow of death. God doesn't say that you're not going to go through problems, but he says that he will be with you despite your problems. That's what it is.
Did you just quote the Bible?
Yes, I did. I read the Bible.
You read Bible?
Yes, I did go church now.
You know,
does anybody here follow me on social media? Do you see my Bible quotes?
All right, but still talking about all these mandikis and all these whatever. Are we deceiving ourselves by thinking we're fighting against drug abuse in Nigeria when you look at how popular cannabis weed has become? And I will tell you a story. Someone called me in the middle of the night one day, a young lady called me, and I could hear her panicking. And I was like, what's the problem? You know, and she was like, oh, they just arrested her. I said, arrested you for what? You know how you people call me the police friend, outside they used to call me the friend of the police. So she called me, and I'm like, why, where are you? Where did they arrest you? Blah, 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 and everything. And she didn't tell me what she did. And I drove out on a rescue mission. I'd called the police PRO, and he told me immediately I get there, I should let him know. So I met them, and I found out it was actually NDLEA that arrested her, and they found weed on her. I just drove off. Right?
Why?
But I did.
You abandoned her?
No, they should arrest her.
Why?
Why are you carrying weed about? Why you smoke weed?
Have you smoked weed before?
See this guy. I smoke. I smoke cigars.
Have you smoked weed?
Cigars,
before?
not weed.
So you never do Igbo before?
What is Igbo?
No, I just asked.
No, but what is Igbo? But really, I drove off, and she called me the following day that, she felt bad at the way I left her and all of that. But you know what happened? They took money from her and let her go with the weed. Are we not deceiving ourselves? And you know, I know you talk about the people and our responsibility as a people, but the government, how do you deal with things like that? Because when I look at that, I see failure on the part of the government.
Failure on the part of the government, yeah, I agree with you there. Because if you're going to recruit people into...
Is it my turn? You don't forget.
No, I can never play a 3-1, so I think that was you.
No,
So I think it's my turn to play.
Play.
Because I can't.
You don't do Juru now.
I don't play small numbers.
Wow.
I don't play small numbers. You see, 4-4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Not your fault.
1, 2, 3. Okay, so yeah, I fault the government. I'd say the government has failed because recruiting people into security agencies should be something that should be done very, very carefully and meticulously. The kind of people that we have in the police force, in the army, because those are the ones that we confront every day. We don't see people from the Air Force on the streets of anywhere in the country. We don't, or any other...
apart from Kigali, Rwanda.
And we're in Lagos now. So I think recruitment into those agencies should be done very, very carefully. Because if you recruit just anybody, yeah, that's what you're going to get. Policemen who will compromise because of a lack, for whatever reason, which is why I also think that the police force should not be seen as a civil servant. I really don't think so. I was recently at a police station. I did not commit
They finally catch you.
I didn't commit a crime. I just
They finally confession time.
Because I'm a law-abiding citizen, I had to go and do
invited you.
I had to go and do my tinted permits. So I went to the police station to,
But you're supposed to do that online.
I'm supposed to do it online.
You're part of the problem.
And I'm supposed to pay online
You're
14,200.
And you went to bribe them.
No, I didn't bribe them.
So did you pay 14,500?
I tried online.
Charlie,
wait.
Did you pay 14,000?
Wait. I tried online.
I will expose you.
For 2 months. And I was bounced every time that I tried. I tried reaching out to the Lagos PRO, the former Lagos PRO, Ben Hundeyin.
Yeah.
And there was no response. So I found an agent who would help through the process.
You found an agent?
Yes.
But you know, they don't have agents.
Guy, even at the police station, they asked me, who be your agent? They asked me.
And you didn't tell them the right thing.
I told them I have an agent, and
wow.
So look, it's dirty. It's dirty, but
this is where I wanted to. How do we deal with that?
That's why I said recruitment into those agencies should be carefully done. You just cannot employ anybody because you're looking to fill the quota. You cannot just employ anybody who doesn't have a measure of intelligence. I was coming down here this afternoon, a policeman stopped me. I asked for my particulars, and I gave him everything. Finally. I gave him everything. Yeah, and he says, my proof of ownership is expired.
Yeah, it expires.
I said, Oga, I have MOT. And when you do your MOT, the next thing they give you is your proof of ownership. Now, they did not give me the proof of ownership. Why, Joseph? Why?
I don't work for them.
Because they do not have paper. And then there was no internet available to print my documents. I'm talking about more than 6 months ago.
Wow.
So what are we talking about? So at some point, yes, I do blame government for the laxity that we experience as a people, yeah? But the people themselves, when you ask anybody now, why do you want to become a policeman? Because work no day, no. But that's not the mentality.
True.
When you go abroad and you ask anybody, why do you want to be a policeman?
I want to serve and protect.
Because I want to serve and to protect.
Yeah.
But here the mentality is different. It's all about making sure that I have a job and I can come home every day and feed my family. That's the wrong orientation for such agencies, for security agencies, and the government has to change that mentality. And I say again, remove the police from the civil service structure. That's the only way it's going to work.
So, please put your hands together for him. We're going to be done in a few minutes. I know some of you want me to talk about Premier League with him. I will not. So don't worry. We're not talking Chelsea today. I might just ask him one question about Chelsea. But there's a lot of funny things going around social media, a lot of sexual immorality, a lot of
And then
madness.
I'm all for the idea of state police.
You love the idea of state police?
Yes, I do.
Don't you think the state governments can use that as a tool?
It's everywhere. Americans, they have state police.
Yeah, but they don't become tools for politicians because that's the fear in this part.
Like I said, the process of engagement should be scrutinized.
All right. So let's go to parenting because in case you don't know, he's a father as well. He has 2 beautiful kids. One of the biggest problems, so I talk to a lot of young people. I try to mentor young people. And a lot of things I hear from them, I see a lot of influence on social media. How do you successfully shield your kids as a parent from the rot, the dirt, the nastiness that is out there in the media, not just social media, even mainstream media?
When you want to marry a good woman. Because, to be honest, that's my wife's job. That's her job. She's very, very in tune with everything I'm not saying that I'm not, but there are certain things that women really are very good at, yeah? And my wife really takes a look at whatever it is that the kids are involved with. She makes sure that they don't join just any social media application. The only things that my kids are on right now as we speak is TikTok and Snapchat. And what she did was make sure that she has all of their passwords.
Wow.
So whatever it is that you're doing, she can always check up on you. Now, kids have a way of navigating. They have a way, yeah? But you've got to put in those checks and balances. And as a father, occasionally, yeah, you've got to also speak to the kids and tell them that you've also walked this route, this path that they think, because kids always think they're smarter than their parents. Even me, when I was a child, I thought, this is where you're old now, I can outsmart you. But because your parents have walked the path, you have to be able to let them know that, look, I'm more experienced than you are. I've seen many moons, so I understand exactly whatever it is that you're going through. So you've got to put those checks and balances in, and also make sure that you're a part of the life of your kids. It's not just about paying school fees and then just sitting back, and you have to engage them, talk to them occasionally, not occasionally, all the time. Make time out for family. Sit together at dining table, have a discussion. What are you going through in school? Who are your friends? What do you guys talk about in school? Just engage them on a regular, so that they understand that you're a part of their lives.
All right. I have just one last bit to discuss with before we end. In case you want to ask Charles anything, you can ask. But if I hear Chelsea question, we will not answer. We are not talking about Chelsea today. Because Chelsea will not finish in the top 4. That's the only thing I can tell you.
That's what they said last season.
No, don't worry. Last season is gone. That's why you have become a red card FC now. Moving away from that, Charles. Let's talk football. Your bread and butter, Premier League. Amorim. What is his problem? I knew one of them would be here.
I don't know. I think village people did it. Seriously, because I don't think it's a manager problem, because
you think he's good enough for this job?
I think he is. If there's anybody who can turn around the fortunes of Manchester United, I think Amorim can actually do it.
So what is going wrong?
I think it's a bit too early to condemn.
After how long?
No, I think it is. How many matches into the Premier League? 6 weeks, 7 weeks?
How long has he been around?
It doesn't matter. He inherited a team that was full of inconsistencies, players who didn't believe that the team understood them as individuals. Marcus Rashford is one of them. Garnacho is another. Sancho is another. Why is it that these players leave Manchester United and they seemingly succeed everywhere else? Look at Scott McTominay at Napoli. So I think sometimes...
Even
Højlund just recently scored. Yeah. So I think sometimes the clubs and the fans need to be patient. Put your arm around the player or players, know what their problem is, and try to help them solve it, And I also think that United believe, just like Nigeria, that because we're Manchester United, every other team must just lay down and play dead. It's no longer the way it used to be in Sir Alex Ferguson's days. Teams like Tottenham, Arsenal, Chelsea, even Leicester at some point are able to attract, Nottingham Forest, are able to attract some of the best managers in world football. Look at Crystal Palace under Oliver Glasner. They're able to attract managers who have a plan, who have an intention, who have a goal and an ambition. Yeah? And because there's a lot of money in football now, these clubs are able to buy the kind of quality that would, in days gone by, only go to the Manchester Uniteds and maybe the Chelseas because of the kind of monies that they have. But that's not the case now, which is why you have a lot of world-class, well, not world-class, but decent players playing in all of those club sides. And now you can go into a Premier League season and say that we have a top 6, title contenders, top 6. Back in the day, it was top 2 now.
Top 2, top 3.
It was either Man United or Arsenal. And then Chelsea came into the picture. But now you have 6 or 7 teams that are able to win the Premier League title. Now the conversation is around Crystal Palace and maybe the ability to win the Premier League title. Leicester City did it. So it's all about sitting back, trying to reconfigure and cleanse from the minds of the fans and the players that as soon as you wear a United jersey, you're better than everybody else. That's not true.
All right, let me put you on the spot now. Who wins the Premier League this season?
Arsenal.
Eh? Eh?
Arsenal.
Why? Sorry, the Arsenal fans here, why are you clapping? You people don't know what he does. Every time he makes a prediction, it's always the other one. It happens the other way.
No.
Every time Charles predicts something, it's the other thing that happens.
That's not true.
Okay, take it back.
That's not true.
Please take back
But
the predictions.
seriously, Joseph, look at it. Arsenal right now, as we speak, have the best team in the Premier League. Why? Because they have a spine. Best goalkeeper in the Premier League in Raya. Best central defense in Saliba and Gabriel.
Yeah, true.
The best defensive midfielder in Declan Rice.
But he doesn't play DM.
The most potent striker in European football last season in Gyökeres.
Yesterday is gone.
That's a spine. That is a spine. And then you have Saka and Eze. And then Martin Abba. Come on now.
Well, I will agree with you, Small, but
seriously, we have to be factual. There's no team right now, and that is the reality. There's no team right now that's better than Arsenal, and it's showing because how many goals have they conceded? Just 1.
No, 2 now. Against City, against Liverpool.
That tells the story.
2, yeah. All right. So, is there anybody who has a question for Charles? Nobody. Nobody now. Sir. Please, are you going to ask about Chelsea? Please, can somebody help me give the mic to the doctor, please?
I just want to say that I'm highly impressed with your level of approach to all the questions that are posed to you. I know that it's usually very easy to be biased, but you display a high sense of balanced judgment in your approach to all the questions that are posed to you. And that deserves commendation. I'm particularly impressed the way you approach all those questions that are politically inclined. Most of the times, maybe I should put that question to you. How do you define politics? And is there any difference between politics and policy?
Is that all, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Politics, in my definition, is what the people, or rather what somebody does or says in a bid to hoodwink the people. Policy is that which a nation needs to succeed. And you cannot have a good policy if you don't have politicians who have the mentality to dig deep into the policy for the betterment of the people. That's my definition.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I saw somebody else's hand. Okay, please go ahead with your question.
Good evening, Charles.
Good evening.
My name is Eddie Young. There's a question I've been trying to ask all day, and it's political though, but I want to know your own view as regards what has really divided us as a people, which has been what? Tribalism. that tribal divide, how can we overcome that? Because, for instance, we're united as a people. For example, let's say we go to London. Oh, this is my Nigerian brother, this is my Nigerian sister. But by the time we come back to the airport or come down from the plane, everybody will, I am this, I am that, I am this. And it's really killing us as a people. My dad told me he raised us to be what? Detribalized. But an issue happened because he's a businessman, that he went to a company to bid for a contract which was his own. But dying minute, they changed it and said because he wasn't from a certain tribe. So how do we do that? Thank you.
Wow. I don't know if I have an answer. I don't know if I have an answer. It's a very difficult one. You know, before the 2023 elections, I know, and I know that the country is divided along ethnic lines and tribal lines, you know, but it was subtle, somewhat. The elections in 2023 brought something in us that I never knew existed, and how deeply rooted it was, or it is, because it's still there. How we're able to overcome, I think it will take a leader who can speak to the people genuinely from his heart and tell us that what matters the most is Nigeria, and not whether we're Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba. And I also think that this idea of projecting Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba as the ultimate tribe in the country is not ideal. There should not be a tribe that is seen as a minority. Everybody has equal rights in this country, but it will take a selfless leader to convince us as a people that what comes first is not the language that you speak, but you being a Nigerian. And a good example is the country that Joseph has plenty of girlfriends. Rwanda.
Stray bullets.
The Rwandans went through a lot. I'm sure we all know the story. And it took their presidents to come out and say that, look, nobody should be referred to as a Tutsi or a Hutu. And today, Rwanda is a choice destination for even us as Nigerians. So this idea of, I'm Yoruba, I'm Igbo, the South needs to rule for 4 years or 8 years, and then it goes up to the North, is a lot of rubbish, in my opinion. It's a lot of rubbish. Whoever emerges as a president of the country has to be a man or a woman who is competent to rule the nation, and not because of where you come from.
Interesting that you say that. And to add to this, you and I have a part to play in this, because the office you went to, the office your dad went to, it was somebody that denied him, not the government. It was somebody. The people that have gone on social media attacking themselves are people like you and I. Sheilo and Acapella were here, and they talked about how they used to argue, and both of them gave me they gave me first-hand gist of the kind of argument, the kind of things they say to each other, but today they are still best of friends. I lost a lot of friends because of the election in 2023. There is someone that used to be very dear to my heart, and it pains me every time that now, since the election, we've not spoken. Every time I tried to reach out to him, I found out that he's blocked me, and just because we didn't agree on things. So you are the government. We need a leader that will be a Nigerian leader.
Yes.
Not an Igbo leader or Yoruba leader or whatever. And then we need people like you and I who will kill this. Rwandans that we talk about, they take pride now in the fact that I'm I'm Rwandan.
Yes.
I'm not Hutu or Tutsi. It's not even in their official documents anymore. They don't do state of origin or all those things. They're just Rwandan. So hopefully we get to that point. One last person, please. Yep.
Okay, Charlie, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Justin. When you were speaking, you said your parents were Igbo.
They still are.
You said they are Igbo. I'm wondering if you are not Igbo yourself, because I've listened to you once or twice in the radio. And I know you're Igbo, I know your surname is Anazodo, but you've been speaking here for like 30 minutes and you've not said a single word of Igbo. Does that make you...
You see, that's the problem.
No, I'm not trying to be tribalistic. No. I'm not trying to be tribalistic, but you have to identify with where you are from. And that's what I have not really... No, I'm coming, Charlie. I'm sorry, I'm coming.
No.
I've not really gotten that from you every time I listen to you. That's one. Secondly, you've talked about all the clubs in England today, and you've not mentioned the champions of England, Liverpool.
Wow.
What is that? Or don't they deserve some credit? And number three, the political terrain in Nigeria is somehow very, very dicey to play in. We've seen what played out in 2023 during the elections. And when GRV was talking, he mentioned about how they had to come to destroy and scatter where he wanted to make his declarations. Then I'm putting this question across. How do we, curb this menace of political thuggery in Nigeria? And how do we in 2027 do a free and fair election where everybody will be allowed to, vote his choice? And then, because we know that in Nigeria, everybody is clamoring for change. We deserve change. We deserve a free Nigeria. And we know that it's true allowing Nigerians to really say who they want. That's how we're going to get that.
All right. So
how do we allow that free playing ground in Nigerian politics?
All right. Thank you very much. First of all, before Charles answers you, don't drop the mic. I want to ask you a question. What does Charles speaking the Igbo language, what does he do?
No, it identifies him.
He has identified as a Nigerian.
No. That others.
Is it not a Nigerian?
When they came around, Sheilo said he's Sheilo. He told us his name.
Yeah, but
Charlie said he's Charles. He didn't. I know him as Charles, and a lot of people here didn't.
But Sheilo is not Sheilo's name.
But when Kade introduced me, he said my name.
Sheilo is not even Sheilo's name.
He said my name.
But you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Sometimes
I have no idea.
You know what? Let's move on. Thank you very much, Justin. Please, let's quickly touch on the other two sides so that we can quickly.
All right, and we're wrapping this up. Maybe maximum of 2 more questions. And we need to.
I said we are done.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
great.
we already had 7. We are done after his answers.
Because the first one just, but really.
How do we, the last one, how do we prevent the violence and all of that we saw during the elections?
Look, people have, like the gentleman, asked about politics and policy, the definition for politics and policy. You have to find a candidate who is selfless, who doesn't believe that if I don't win, there has to be consequences. Elections should be a fair game, it's fair sport. And it's evident on social media. I have a right to air my opinion and not be attacked for speaking my mind. And I get a lot of that on social media. The last election, I did not vote because I didn't think that any of the candidates suited what it was that I want for the country. I didn't vote for Tinubu. I did not vote for Atiku or Peter Obi. But I will speak my mind concerning the kind of country that I want. And when I do that, a lot of people attack me because of what you think, because they believe that because I'm Igbo, I should be speaking in favor of Peter Obi. But that's not the way it should be. I should be speaking for a better Nigeria, not for a better politician. for a better Nigeria. It doesn't matter where the person comes from. And as soon as we have politicians who identify with that, there will be less thuggery when the elections come into play.
Absolutely correct. Thank you very much. Please, one more time, let's put our hands together for this man, Charles Anazodo. But one last question before we go. Will you ever become a sports administrator?
When he begins to support a politician, he will become.
I'd like to. I really would like to, because there's so many ways in which I believe I can help change the way sports is governed in Nigeria. But the rules that enables you become an administrator, does not favor people
like you.
Yeah.
But lastly, you said now that I like to speak your mind. Can you speak your mind about Joseph Faulkner?
He could lie. So
don't influence his thoughts.
Let me let you understand something. Charles and I used to love me.
Okay, I thought you used to love the same girl.
Hold on, hear me. Charles used to love me until the day he found out that his wife loves me too.
Wow.
I love his wife. His wife loved me. His wife used to invite me over to eat all the time because they know I'm Babandagbe in this town. But Charles will block it.
No, let me correct that impression.
What impression?
I used to love you. That's correct.
you know well.
Until I found out that Joseph Faulkner has binoculars with which he looks into my house every day, watching my activities.
To know when the food is ready.
So because of Joseph now, I have darkened my windows and I never open my windows.
Do you have tinted permit for your windows?
Exactly. You don't go bribe. Oh, you were not inside.
My
you
house,
went to bribe them at the police station.
My house is not movable, so I don't need permits.
A round of applause for Charles Anazodo, please. And Joseph Faulkner. So who won this game?
Nobody.
Let me win now.
How you win?
I have more numbers. Wait. How many? Wait, now.
Great. And that's how interesting it is. While the program was going on, I just got a message saying this program is very exciting. We should do it every year. Do you all agree? Yes. Okay, great. And on that note of doing it every year, we'd like to thank Charles Anazodo for coming. I'm not Shegun Agbede. I don't call it Anazodo. So,
another story about Charles I need to tell you. The only man on his graduation held cutlass. There are pictures to prove it.
No, I was holding my mom and my aunt. And this is how I held them. This is how I held them, like this.
Bushman.
All right, we'll bring this home. Of course, we thank you all for coming. It's not over yet. We'll bring this to an end with a musical rendition by one of us, a voice.
Sorry, it's not a rendition.
A performance.
A performance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Rendition is belittling. I was trying to speak good English, big English, rendition. It sounds okay. So, performance. With a world-class performance from a world-class act, who is a man of many talents. You call them H to an E to an R to an O, H to an E to an N, to an R to an O to a T to an I to an O to an N. What do you get?
Tell me that.
And Roshan, let's put hands together as we welcome and Roshan.
And Roshan don't hire people come here.
Yes, so we pay people.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Conversations on board,
Where my flag?
All right.
Big idea here.
What's it?
Oh, pirate, yes, the rabbi sold I to the matching sea. Beat it after they took high from the bottomless pit, but my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. I'm no favor at atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our people? Why we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Now won't you learn to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs, yeah. Redemption songs, yeah. Redemption songs.
If you know this song, I want you to put your hands together like this. All right, let's do this together now. And I would like you guys to help me sing, okay? Are you ready? Are you ready now? Let's go.
Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. I've no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets? Why we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Say, now won't you help to see the songs of free? 'Cause all I ever had.
DJ Smash, let's do this.
Redemption songs.
All right, let's turn up, let's turn up, let's turn up, let's turn up and do some economy jam right now, you know. What's it? What's it mean? What I say? Are you ready now? Say, see, TikTok. Hey, one time. Javis, come to robot. Say, tap tap, put on the better. See, economy, hey, you don't cast. No food, we don't fast.